We've done it. We finally reached the finale, the last episode of the Serial Port ISP series. It's been a nearly 3-year project. Our first video in the series launched on July 21st of 2023, and we had no idea where it would take us. Our idea was simple. We wanted to start and run our own dial-up ISP. We both grew up on dial-up in the 90s, and back then, we never really had a chance to be as involved behind the scenes as we wanted to be. And the ISP series gave us the perfect opportunity to do that.
And the series took us on an unexpected journey with lots of twists and turns. We learned a lot about the technologies that were used back then. We got to talk to some of the people that developed those technologies. And we even found a time capsule of an abandoned ISP not too far away from us.
So for all the series has given us, we wanted to provide a proper send-off. We put all of the episodes into this single video, edited to be seamless, so you can go on the 3-year journey with us from start to finish. And not only that, but we're going to be watching along with you and providing some behind-the-scenes commentary. But all of this raises the question, what's next? Well, to be clear, the ISP is not going away. We're still providing dial-up access, and we'll still have videos on dial-up, but we're going to be focusing on something much bigger. Because while an ISP had a lot of moving parts, it was nothing without its connection to the outside world. And that's what we'll be exploring next. We're going all in on telecom. We'll be delving into the vast physical network, both above and underground, how it was built, the people behind it, and all of the incredible events that we never knew about.
So we're super excited about that, and we're already researching and working on content for the first installment of this new series.
But we're actually not quite done with the ISP series. We've got something special later in this video that, for us, was the perfect ending for the project. And lastly, we just want to say a huge thank you to anyone that's watched, commented, or contacted us about the ISP series. All of you made each episode special, and we can't wait to show you what's next. So let's get started with where it all began, episode 1 of the ISP series.
All right, episode 1. This is probably the best intro of any video I think you've edited.
Yeah, remember this was a lot of fun to plan out and film. If you were lucky enough to experience the internet in the mid-90s, then all of this probably seems familiar. But how did it all work? What was going on behind the scenes when you dialed into your ISP? And who were the people making it happen? We're not only going to be answering those. That's where it all began.
Yeah. Well, I think this B-roll got reused quite a bit.
Quite a bit. Internet service provider. And along the way, we'll be learning about the people.
I never thought the internet would be popularized. I never thought the internet would be ubiquitous.
As well as the technology and devices that made it all possible. But first, let's understand where we are today. Many of us think of internet access as a basic necessity in many parts of our lives, and it's close to being universal. By 2069, every single person on the planet will have access to the internet. It's virtually everywhere. And this was like an animation of a botnet, I think. But it was like a really good illustration of like activity on the internet, like internationally.
Oh, okay.
And that makes sense. Less than 10 million people in the entire world used the internet in 1993. And that's out of a world population of 5.5 billion. But interest was growing, especially as many people experienced what the internet had to offer at work or at school. This created a demand for providing internet access directly to households, or in other words, a demand for internet service providers. There were already some ISPs in the early 90s, but most just serviced their local area, which would include 1 or 2 area codes at most. So if you happen to live elsewhere, you were out of luck. But if you were one of the few people willing and able to start an ISP, you could bring a global connection to your previously isolated community. There was just one problem though. There was no straightforward formula to follow. So where did you even start? Well, to find out, we talked with Pete Ashdown, the founder and CEO of X-Mission. In 1993, Ashdown started the first commercial ISP in the state of Utah, and one of only a handful in the United States at the time. Today, nearly 30 years later, they still provide internet access to the greater Salt Lake City area. And like many people during this time, Ashdown first got his start in the local BBS scene. But in 1990, he landed a job at Evans and Sutherland, a computer graphics pioneer that would end up changing the course of his life. Evans and Sutherland was founded by professors David Evans and Ivan Sutherland at the University of Utah in 1968. Alumni of the company includes Pixar co-founder Edwin Catmull, Adobe co-founder John Warnock, and Netscape and SGI founder Jim Clark.
Mostly what they did was military contracts, another claim.
How did we come across X-Mission?
Oh, it was because the hardware was the Spark Classic. I forgot where we got the Spark Classic from.
Yeah.
But you found an article on their blog about how they started with a Spark Classic.
Right, yeah.
Like they had it in their lobby. I think they posted on their blog that 20 years or 25 years.
And then, I guess we were like, well, why don't we just get in touch with them? And because I think we remember the X-Mission name because there was that famous Maddox, yeah.
Who would rant about everything.
Right, and he was hosted on X-Mission.
Yeah, it was maddox.xmission.com.
Right, and so, that instantly kind of triggered a memory. And and so we got in touch with Pete. Yeah, and he was very open about, the struggles. And one thing that I think we've come to appreciate is just how good of a memory some of the people we talk to have, because he was able to recall details from, the mid 90s that were, pretty crazy. And that makes the story that much better when, someone can recall that far back.
He had the memory because he was the guy doing it.
Right.
He wasn't like he was doing it all himself. So
right.
I think that kind of that's something that sticks with you.
Yeah. Early days, the end user's modem wasn't directly connected to the internet. The server you were logged into was handling the remote communication, and your modem was simply exchanging data with your ISP server.
And so I figured, well, if I need to do it, I imagine there's a lot of other people who want to do this too, and people that work at the university, people who work at the company I worked at. And so I started to craft together a business plan.
There was an important detail though. Starting an ISP required investing in expensive equipment like a T1 line, a router, a CSU DSU, a workstation or server, and of course, dial-up modems and phone lines.
The story goes is
This is me posing as Pete Ashdown's father. And so a funny detail, now that we have a dot matrix printer, I could have actually used real, tractor feed paper, but this was simulated.
What?
Yeah, so this is simulated.
How do you simulate paper?
It was just a photo of one.
Oh, like so the circles are printed.
Oh, yeah. But nowadays we can make it much more authentic.
Man.
But
shout out to the props department.
Yeah, exactly. The original ARPANET, the precursor to the internet. Oh yeah, this is you have this in the office, a big ARPANET.
Yeah, it's a pretty popular map.
Yeah. They had been selling T1 lines to businesses, but Ashdown was the first to request one for use as an ISP. After some convincing, they agreed to set him up with a T1, and he also sourced the equipment he needed.
It included the SparkStation Classic. It included a serial expander. And
I remember we tried to find the actual serial expander that would work in a sun like this.
Yeah.
And I remember we found what the device was, like the make and model.
But,
couldn't find any available.
Because we wanted to try to recreate basically the exact setup, or as close as we could.
Right.
The understanding of what a CSU DSU was, or what the router did, or default routes, or DNS, or anything at that point. So I kind of just had to fake it as I went along. There was a network administrator at Evans and Sutherland. When he found out what I was doing, he came to me and he said, "You got to be kidding me!" He was incredulous that I was even considering doing this thing. And I had a basic understanding from Evans and Sutherland, but the University of Utah also said, well, these are the boxes you need to buy. And because of my familiarity with Sun, that's why I bought a Spark Classic, and it was, relatively cheap in comparison to the rest of the Sun gear. It literally was the only way to, compile things like INND for Usenet News and have a mail exchange system. I mean, to this day, we still have a shell server that people connect into because a lot of people prefer to use things like Elm and Pine.
A lot of people.
Yeah, maybe 5 or 6. Yeah.
Ashdown had experience with the Apple Cat modem, and the software that came with it was originally called XFIR and then later CatFIR. But instead of XFIR, Ashdown decided on XMission, short for transmission, an obvious fit for an internet company. The name also unintentionally tied into the local Mormon community.
And somebody once approached me and said, well, is XMission ex-missionary? And I said, well, it's whatever you want it to be.
Having spent much of his budget on the equipment he needed, his first office location was a bit meager. Ashdown ended up renting a small closet in a friend's clothing consignment store in Salt Lake City, which is now a hair salon next to a massage parlor. But despite the cramped quarters, this was the very first ISP in Utah and one of only a handful in the United States.
I'd say optimistically at the time XMission started, there was probably a dozen ISPs in the entire United States.
With everything in place, XMission now just needed users. Ashdown visited local user groups and advertised the new ISP on local BBSs as well. And as word spread, the users started coming in droves.
And it all came together about a year later. In 94, it started to be profitable. And then in 95, I opened an office, and my brother co-signed his house on a $100,000 loan to expand the business. And 95 was crazy because we were buying modems as fast as we could. They didn't have well, at least they weren't reasonably priced, the card mounted, rack mounted modem banks. So we were literally buying external modems and terminal servers that were wired to them with serial connections.
This explosive growth coincided with the emergence of the World Wide Web and early Windows-based browsers like NCSA Mosaic. One technology that was key to enabling this growth was PPP, or point-to-point protocol. It was formally defined in RFC 1661 in July of 1994. It solved constraints of the earlier SLIP protocol in enabling users to dial in and get their computer directly onto the internet with an IP address. We'll be exploring the history of PPP and how it works on a later episode in this series.
And again, with the modems, it was always a hairball. Whether people were using Trumpet Windsock on a Windows box or Mac PPP on a Mac, or I tried to give support for everything. We had instructions on how to set it up for an Atari ST or an Amiga or HPOS, or just like everything that we could possibly think of, and terminal service as well. I mean, people were still using terminals to dial into us up until the end of our modem service.
Which is, yeah, I mean, and I think that's not super appreciated nowadays. Is like just how much technical knowledge you needed to have because of the difference in platforms available back then.
Well, that, and to his point about dialing with a terminal, that you could have an internet experience in completely text mode.
Mm-hmm.
Like before a browser, the internet was still like a hot thing.
Yeah.
Just to navigate in like Gopher,
Telnet,
yeah,
FTP,
and read news groups.
Yeah, definitely.
It all works.
After hearing the incredible story of XMission, we became more determined than ever to get our own internet service provider up and running. Our goal for the serial port is to showcase older technology, but also to make it usable and interactive today. We want this to be a service that the community can use to truly recreate what the experience was like back in the 90s, or at least get as close as possible. But unlike broadband internet access today, an internet provider in the early to mid 90s was drastically different. Those early ISPs were dealing with insatiable demand from users brand new to the internet who didn't know exactly what they were getting into, and while also simultaneously deploying and maintaining new and technically challenging infrastructure. And the internet today is a completely different experience to how it was in the 90s. Back then, the buzz about the internet was starting to get around, but there wasn't always a straightforward way to get access to it. Some households had their start with services like AOL, providing a controlled online experience and later adding internet access as an afterthought. But many got online through a myriad of independent operators, which was the ISP industry of the 90s. To better understand what we are getting into, we consulted David H. Dennis's ISP FAQ.
RIP, David Dennis.
This was a big deal. I spent a lot of time reading this back in the day, like daydreaming, I guess, about starting an ISP.
Yeah.
On one hand, it seemed like pretty much anyone could start an ISP. However, on the other hand, there were so many technical and business needs, it could seem overwhelming, especially when you consider that new competitors could be coming in at any time. And the list is pretty daunting. A typical ISP during the 90s consisted of a ton of components. At a high level, the technical systems would include all of these parts. But that's not even including all of the other supporting aspects like customer support, sales, marketing, accounting, obtaining financing, and the list goes on and on. Fortunately for us.
And like, to make the point, it was not a walk in the park to run a dial-up ISP back then. It was a high level of effort, lots of technical know-how required.
Yeah, but now when you look back on it, it seems pretty simple. I mean, we have all these people that do it like in a home lab.
Yeah, but you don't have real customers. I think that's a huge difference, right? Is like the human element of it and dealing with people that were brand new to the internet and computers really at that time. Like, how do you explain to someone, you know, what a IRQ is and, you know, like get their COM port settings correct. And, you know, that's like, for someone who's never used a computer, that's like really confusing.
Oh yeah, I remember in the tech support days of being at an ISP, people would call in because their printer wouldn't print. It's like, how do you explain that? Like, well, they're trying to print from the internet.
Right, so obviously the two are connected, right? Yeah.
There's a connection there.
Time of the early internet. SUN, an acronym for Stanford University Network, was founded all the way back in 1982 by Stanford alumni Scott McNeely, Andy Bechtolsheim, and Vinod Khosla, as well as Bill Joy, a BSD and Unix developer. Their long, storied history can essentially be told in one phrase that captures so much about their ambitious goals. The network is the computer. This simple phrase was coined in 1984 by their chief researcher and VP of the science office, John Gage. It would echo through SUN in almost all of their ventures for decades to come. So networking was an absolute core part of their DNA. They were early adopters of two important technologies, Ethernet and TCP/IP. Their focus on open standards and their support of internet protocols and services meant they became popular with academic institutions, engineers, as well as financial institutions for accessing the internet. This meant that SUN hardware was already ubiquitous when the general public began discovering the internet in the early 90s. Even though Unix required specialized knowledge and skill to administer, using a SUN workstation or server was the obvious choice for those looking to start ISPs in the early to mid-90s, thanks to their widespread adoption throughout the preceding years. And the end result is that by 1995, more than half of the internet servers were made by SUN. So with an understanding of the pedigree of our Spark Classic, let's power it up and see what we get. Oh no, it's not even powering on. Does this mean our journey to start an ISP is already dead in the water? Before we jump into attempting to repair it though, we want
right into episode 2.
Exactly the Spark Classic is. We know it's a workstation and that it was made by SUN, but why was it made and who actually used it? In 1989, SUN formed the Entry Systems Group, and their mission was to create a low-cost, network-capable workstation to capture the rapidly increasing demand. In the early 90s, IBM-compatible PCs and Macs weren't viewed as serious hardware for businesses or research institutions, which were the traditional market for workstations and servers. This arena was dominated by contenders like SUN, IBM, HP, DEC, and so on. But as more and more businesses began wanting to connect to the internet while simultaneously equipping more and more employees with computers, there was a demand for a low-cost, mass-produced solution. And this is what the Spark Classic was intended to deliver. It was part of Sun Microsystems' Sun 4 lineup. Their earlier models, Sun 1 through 3, were released from 1982 to 1985 and were based on Motorola 68K processors. But the Sun 4 in 1987 introduced the legendary SPARC processor. This was a RISC-based processor built from the ground up for Sun systems. The SPARC Classic also used the SPARC processor, but it housed the newly developed MicroSPARC, clocked at 50 Hz.
And we should say too that we actually made a little bit of an omission because we didn't mention the previous lunchbox format Suns, the IPC and the IPX, which preceded the SPARC Classic. So there's definitely an omission on our part. It was all part of this kind of same family, but yeah.
It's okay.
For the masses, and Sun ultimately sold more than 100,000 units during the first year of production. There were other versions of the Classic released as well, like the SPARC Station LX meant to target the computer graphics user, as well as a server edition that featured a whopping 1GB hard drive. For us though, the most remarkable detail about the system is its footprint, which is only around 10 inches square. Commonly referred to as the lunchbox form factor, it's small and well packaged. And compared to the PCs of the day, it probably looked cutting edge at the time. And it seems like the perfect solution for a small ISP in the early 90s. But enough history, let's see if we can get it working so we can finally experience what this system has to offer. Our SPARC Classic does not power on. We do hear a relay click, but it shuts off immediately. We were able to get the system powered on for a short while when we first obtained it, so we know it was working relatively recently. So let's open it up and see what's going on. The case splits apart into two halves, and it makes for easy access. It is obvious Sun was on top of their engineering game, as everything is packaged and laid out well without much wasted space. It's pretty amazing that this system is more or less equivalent to a 486 PC of the day, except in a much smaller footprint. And here's our MicroSPARC processor protected under this cover. You may have noticed there's no RAM installed currently, but that's okay. Unlike a typical PC, this system can boot off of its firmware without any RAM modules present. We'll first check out the power supply. We can see that we are getting the standby voltage of 5 volts, so this indicates that the primary side of the power supply is most likely intact, as well as the standby portion of the secondary side. So from here, we'll go ahead and take the power supply out as well as the motherboard so we can properly test everything on the bench. The supply is made by FDK, and the model number is PEX643-30. It's rated for 70 watts continuous output and up to 15 seconds of 105.2 watts of output. We can see we also have a 5, 12, and negative 12 volt output, similar to what we'd expect from a standard PC power supply, except there's no 3.3 volt output here. It took a little bit of fiddling, but the case for the power supply just sort of snaps apart after a screw on the top is removed. The supply is pretty dirty. Assuming we can get this repaired, it's going to require a major cleanup. We desoldered the AC power inlet and were finally able to completely remove the PCB. It definitely looks like some of these caps have failed, and some electrolyte has been leaking out onto the surrounding components. Let's test the ESR of some of these caps. An ESR of over 40 ohms means the cap has failed. And here's the bad capacitor that we're replacing. After getting a few new caps soldered in, we're ready to see if we've brought this power supply back from the dead. We haven't. The nice thing about something like this power supply, though, is that many of these components are easily replaceable, either with identical parts or modern equivalents, except for things like the transformers. We should be able to rebuild it into working condition. The same, of course, cannot be said for the motherboard, which has rare, hard-to-find components, but luckily, that seems to be intact. First things first, the board needs to be cleaned in the ultrasonic cleaner, but we need to remove the components we don't want exposed to the cleaning liquid. This also gives us a chance to check for any more damage or failures. With the components removed, we can see there is a lot of corrosion and electrolyte from the failed capacitors. Let's see if we can pull out a miracle and get the supply repaired. We'll first run the board through the ultrasonic cleaner. After cleaning, the board is looking so much better. The top layer of the PCB has started to wear away, exposing some of the substrate, and we did get some solder mask flaking off on the copper side, which is not uncommon on some of these older boards. We can address this later and it won't be an issue, so we can go forward with replacing all of the caps and reinstalling all of the components. The devices mounted on the heatsinks receive new Wakefield phase change thermal interface pads, which do not require heatsink compound. And here, we're just ensuring that the device is electrically isolated from the heatsink. And here's the finished board. We installed a variety of Panasonic FR and FS series capacitors in many locations, which are ideal for many parts of power supply circuits. We also replaced the primary relay along with a micro relay on the secondary side. The copper heatsinks look beautiful now as well. With any luck, the supply will be back to working condition, so let's test it out to see what we get. The fan isn't connected here, but we do see the power consumption increase to 280 milliamps. That's a good sign, but let's check our voltage outputs. Our 5-volt regulation could be better, but this is only around 4% deviation, so it should be okay. The positive 12 and negative 12 look solid. With that done and the power supply now working, we can replace the fan. We simply cut and splice the old wires and connector over to the new fan. The power supply chassis was cleaned as well, and now we can reassemble. The only item to address on the motherboard is the NV or non-volatile RAM. The NV RAM contains our RTC or real-time clock and stores the MAC address as well as a few other values. It is powered by a lithium backup battery, and that is long dead. There are two ways to correct this. We can either manually remove the top portion of the NV RAM where the battery resides and solder in an adapter board that contains a crystal and a standard coin cell battery. The other option is to replace the entire module itself. There are pros and cons to each method, but we ultimately opted for the latter. Now let's take apart our floppy drive and give that a good cleaning as well. This is a Sony MP F17W-P1. No, sorry, this has actually been converted to the P2, which is better? The mechanism feels and sounds a little dull, so we'll do a tear down, clean, and re-lubricate all the moving parts.
So the funny thing about this floppy drive repair is I don't think we've ever used the floppy drive on the Spark Classic.
Yeah.
And I specifically remember you saying, after I got it all back together, I made the comment, I'm like, man, this floppy drive works like new. And you were like, I hope we never have to use it.
Yeah, just net boot all the way.
Yeah.
The mechanical action of the drive is nice and smooth now. The case will also need some repair. The plastic is covered in grime and dust. The metal inserts have some corrosion and rust, so that will need to be removed. And this wouldn't be a serial port restoration without a dead bug. But we also found these initials. Maybe the person who assembled this system? Leave us a comment if you happen to know UMG.
We never did find out who UMG was.
Well, so let's see if we can repair that. First, we made a straight cut to make the chip a uniform shape.
I remember someone in the comments gave me some crap about this because I was hesitating on the Dremel, but the reason I was is because I didn't want to melt the plastic, because the friction of that blade tends to melt it. In retrospect, there's probably way better ways of doing this, but this is just the method I chose. I'm certainly not an expert in plastic repair.
From there, we can take some measurements and design a replacement piece using Fusion 360. Once that is 3D printed, we can use a gap filling superglue to adhere that into place.
I was really encouraged when I got the replacement piece printed because it looked like it fit basically perfectly. But once it all gets back together, it's not perfect.
From there, we sand it to blend it into the surrounding plastic as much as possible.
It's a lot of work.
And what's funny about this is that someone in the comments too had mentioned, they're like, I bet you that falls off within a year, but I'm pretty sure it's still on there,
Okay.
3 years on, so.
The rust was removed from the metal shielding. And finally, the entire case was thoroughly cleaned, and it cleaned up way better than we were expecting. With everything done, sit back and relax while we get the Spark Classic reassembled. With the rebuild finished, we can now fully appreciate the transformation this system has gone through. It arrived to us in poor shape with a broken case, it was covered in grime, and it wasn't even able to power on. But now is the big moment when we get to see if all of our hard work has paid off. We're booting into what's called the Open Boot firmware, which is embedded software on the motherboard. We don't have an operating system installed yet, but this firmware will allow us to set up the necessary prerequisites, and we'll also get to see if our hardware checks out okay. We've reached the OK prompt, which is great because that means we've successfully booted from the firmware. As expected though, due to our new NVRAM chip, we see a message indicating ID prom contents are invalid, and the host ID and Ethernet address are both shown as all 5s. We will now need to program these values before continuing on. Any Sun system from this era is going to have the same problem, so there are several great resources online and some YouTube videos that show this process more in depth. We consulted with Mark Henderson's FAQ to help us determine what commands were needed to get the NVRAM programmed with the correct values. It seems a bit overwhelming at first, but we eventually got the right commands entered to set the host ID, the machine type, the Ethernet address, the date of manufacturer, and the ID prom checksum. Once those are in place, then we can run the reset command. We now see an Ethernet address, a host ID, and no ID prom error. And we're also seeing this timeout waiting for an ARP packet. So that seems to indicate it's trying to net boot. So let's move on to getting that set up. As we did on our Macintosh Classic 2 project earlier this year, we'll be using a Zulu SCSI drive in the Spark Classic. We prepared a new SD card by creating a text file. The Zulu SCSI firmware interprets the name of the text file, and in this case, we'll create a 2 GB hard disk image at SCSI ID 3. We're specifying ID 3 because that was the default SCSI ID that Sun used for the system's boot hard drive. We unfortunately don't have the optional external SCSI CD-ROM drive for the Classic, so we'll be attempting to install Solaris over the network. Fortunately, network-based installs were pretty common for Solaris, and we found several guides online. At first, we thought about trying to do the network install from a Linux server, but the more we read, it seemed like it would just be easier on our first attempt to do the install from a Solaris host. Using a copy from archive.org, we installed an x86 build of Solaris 8 in a virtual machine to use as our install server. The first step is to attach the CD-ROM or copy the full contents of the CD-ROM to a directory. And note there are some hidden .dot files in the root of the CD-ROM that are important for the install. From the copied contents, we ran the setup install server script from the tools directory. With that done, we now want to run the add install client script. We do need to specify some parameters here after adding our IP and hostname to the host file. Next, we check and confirm we have the TFTP daemon enabled in the inetd.conf file. And we also have the boot parameters daemon service running. So with any luck, our Spark Classic should be able to boot from the network. After sending a break command, we can then issue the bootnet-tpe command. We're intentionally specifying the twisted pair Ethernet port with this command, as the Classic has an AUI port in addition to the RJ45. We did see some lost carrier errors, but we eventually receive an IP address via RARP, the Reverse Address Resolution Protocol, which was used prior to DHCP. And if you ever find yourself troubleshooting a Sun network boot, you can use the command snoop on the boot server. It shows packets on the network so you can get a better idea of what's going on. And we finally made it to the Solaris installer. Here, since we are using a serial terminal, we can hit escape plus the number 2 instead of F2 to continue. And now we'll just choose other because we're not planning to use NIS. This is a rather puzzling question to ask in the modern era of TCP/IP, but yes, we are part of a subnet. And we're obviously not doing an upgrade, so we'll hit F4 to continue. We're going to select the developer system support since we want to be able to compile software, so hopefully that will include the C compiler and related tools. The installer recognized our disk, and this is because we already put a Sun label on it with the format command. This is a requirement if you're installing to a new disk. And here we go. This whole installation process ends up taking over an hour. And here we can see that the patch packages are being applied to our system. The install is finally complete. Now we can reboot and for the first time boot into Solaris 2.6 and have a fully operational system.
Yeah, I had a lot of stops and starts with the Solaris install because wanted to run Solaris on it, but I don't have the personal experience working with Solaris that much, so it was kind of hard to get motivated to really learn Solaris.
And I can't remember, why did we select that version in particular, 2.6?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's just something we
thought it was a good fit.
Thought it was a good fit, yeah. But then I know we had some comments where people were suggesting, oh, you should actually run 2.5.1. And we did eventually roll back to that.
Yeah, but it was so painful, like just learning how to install it, and like I kept had to redo the file system layout, and then just learning the commands, and then like how to install software, and it's like you have to install the Sun freeware stuff, and yeah,
kind of a pain.
Yeah, it wasn't that fun to work with.
Solaris only allows the root user to log into the system console, so let's add a user. Unlike a modern Linux distribution, adding a user requires a few commands. We're creating the user's account with the Korn shell or KSH, and we need to specify and make a home directory since that isn't done automatically.
And I think someone pointed out there is a way to do it automatically with like a special option, but I forget what that is, yeah.
We can now successfully log in with Telnet over the network. We're using Telnet because SSH was not included in Solaris until the release of Solaris 9 in 2002.
Didn't exist,
No.
I don't think.
The big question remains though, can we use the Spark Classic as an internet host and dial in with a modem, like the early X-Mission days? But first things first, we'll need to get a modem connected. Pete Ashdown used a serial expander card on the original Spark Classic to connect modems. We found two of these options. Sun made a serial parallel controller that enabled 8 serial ports through an expansion card. And then there was a third-party option called Magma, which offered a few sizes of serial port expanders for Sun workstations. We couldn't find either of these hardware options available, so we're going to use the serial ports built into the Spark Classic. Sun actually made a Y splitter cable that exposes 2 discrete serial ports from the DB25 connector. This would be perfect to keep the first serial port open for console access, and then use the second serial port for a dial-in modem. If you connect a modem and set it to auto answer mode, you can actually dial in to get remote console access. Ashdown mentioned that he made use of this functionality.
There was a really bad snowstorm in Salt Lake City, and I had to walk, because the roads were so bad, I had to walk from my apartment to where the equipment was located through 3 feet of snow. And when I got to the little closet I was renting, I was looking at the back of the Sun and realizing that there is a serial console that could reboot the entire computer and access the computer when it had crashed, that I could hook to a modem. And that was a revelation for me. I was like, holy crap, I don't need to walk through the snow. I can do this all remotely. And so that was a really nice feature of the Suns back then, is that you had this default serial console that always worked.
To take advantage of this, we could make a Y cable, but since we don't really need serial console access now, we instead decided just to make a quick custom assembly to connect to the second serial port. It's a bit ugly, but it works. We are tapping into serial port B pins and connecting them to the DB25 connector on our modem. We found some guides online to configure Solaris 2.6 for inbound modem access. With that set up, we're now going to try it out from our Packard Bell running Windows 95. This is it. The serial port ISP has its first dial-up user. We can now log in and
That was quite a bit of work there. We didn't have the motivation or knowledge to keep going and make PvP work in Solaris.
Yeah, it was just such an accomplishment even just to get to that step.
Because we didn't show on camera like all the problems and issues we were getting into.
Yeah. There was just too much to cover in a single video, and a lot of it was just due to our inexperience with getting that platform working.
In the early to mid 90s, as well as for many businesses. Dial-up was by far the standard for accessing the internet during this time, and the race for speed was measured in advances of kilobits a second. A T1 line, however, offered a staggering 1.54.
I love this effect.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Times faster than a 28.8 kbps modem.
And I really wanted to make it to scale, and it is accurately to scale.
No waiting for a connection. It was simply on and connected to the net. And as you endlessly waited for your 28.8 kbps modem to download a file, the T1 could do the same in mere seconds. Dial-up connections were not totally reliable either, as someone on a shared line might pick up a phone and knock the connection offline.
You hooked it up to the phone, didn't you?
While a T1 was a dedicated line designed for 24/7 commercial use. And finally, it wasn't just the speed, but the latency was significantly lower, making your online experience feel that much more real-time. And during the early to mid-90s, a T1 connection was essential when launching an ISP. It could accommodate hundreds of modem users simultaneously. And one of the advantages of running or even just working for an ISP back then was enjoying access to that lightning-fast connection. But how did it actually work? T1 is part of the broader T-carrier system. It was developed in the late 50s and introduced in 1962 to modernize the telephone carrier system in the United States. Prior to the introduction of the T1, the phone system was completely analog, and this had shortcomings when it came to carrying more and more phone traffic on existing infrastructure. So AT&T Bell Labs devised a method of digitizing phone calls that was simply called digital signal. There are a lot of technical details that we won't get into now, but the important thing to know is that a phone call was sampled at 8,000 times a second, or 8 kilohertz, and each sample contained 8 bits or 1 byte of information. This resulted in a bit rate of 64 kilobits per second. This was called Digital Signal 0 or DS0. But the T1 carrier system did something called multiplexing, or specifically TDM or time division multiplexing. This allowed many DS0 signals, 24 to be exact, to be combined or multiplexed into a single digital transmission called Digital Signal 1 or DS1. But why only 24? Why not 48 or 96? There were later T-carrier schemes like T3 that did support a higher number of channels, but during T1's development, Bell Labs conducted testing through the existing infrastructure and found that a happy compromise was equivalent to 24 DS0 signals. And since we know that a single DS0 signal is 64 kilobits a second, 24 DS0 signals results in a data rate of 1,536,000 bits per second, or 1.536 megabits per second. But hold on a minute, we said T1 is 1.54 megabits per second though. Why the difference? Well, to answer that, let's see what a T1 transmission actually looks like. As we said earlier, T1 uses time division multiplexing to combine 24 DS0 signals into a single transmission called DS1. This transmission is constructed into frames. A single frame contains the 24 DS0 signals arranged into what are called channels or time slots. And we know that each DS0 signal contains 8 bits of data. So if you multiply that by 24 channels, you get 192 bits for each frame. But in order to tell each frame apart from one another, there needs to be an extra framing bit that marks the beginning of a new frame. So now that's 193 bits for each frame. And T1 is transmitted at 8,000 frames a second, which is the 8 kilohertz we saw with the DS0 signal. So now we can finally calculate the full data rate as 193 bits times 8,000, which equals 1,544,000 bits a second, or 1.544 megabits per second. But since that extra bit is used for framing, the maximum we can actually use for data transfer is still only 1.536 megabits per second. And conventional T1.
The traditional T1 is 4 wires. And a lot of people, or several people asked us how we did this, how you simulate a T1. It's actually extremely simple because you just make a crossover cable, inverse, transmit and receive. But the way a T1 would actually be installed in the real world, or at least here, is with a smart jack, which we had a smart jack, and that is using HDSL, or in the 90s it was HDSL2 from the CO to the customer premise.
So they had a 2-wire version of that,
So
actually.
HDSL was 2 wires.
Yeah.
And it would convert that into the 4-wire T1 at the handoff. And we wanted to be as authentic as we could and build a fully working HDSL, T1 over HDSL circuit. But unfortunately, the smart jack we have is just for the customer side, and it's a different hardware you would need to simulate to be at the central office side. And
we did a lot. I remember doing a lot of research into trying to get kind of the end-to-end demonstration working. And I remember we found like an HDSL simulator that we were thinking about getting. And yeah, there was like all of these different cards, a lot of different compatibility issues. The cards had to be matched. There was a lot of, there were a lot of details that went into it. And I think we ultimately decided that it's just way too complicated to try to cover in the video.
Well, and we just couldn't find the hardware readily available to do the CO side of the HDSL.
Yeah.
So in the video, we showed our smart jack, but we didn't actually use it.
Would install a T1 network interface unit, or as it's most commonly called, a smart jack at your location. This establishes something called a demarcation point, or DMARC, where the telco's equipment and responsibility ends and the customer premises equipment, or CPE, begins. And the smart jack is typically a lockable box meant to be mounted on a wall that contains a transceiver card. The transceiver accepts the signal from what's called the span, meaning the outside copper wiring from your location to the CO, and then conditions it to connect to the CPE, as well as to allow for loopback testing from the CO to the smart jack. From there, it is up to the customer or their ISP to provide the equipment necessary to actually use the T1 for internet access. And this would be a device called a CSU-DSU, like the one we have here. The CSU part of this is called the Channel Service Unit. It
was also really hard to get I'm still not totally sure the details for the CSU versus DSU are correct. I think it's mostly right. I remember it was difficult to actually find the proper technical delineation between the two.
I think part of the reason why they are separate is that in the old days, AT&T would provide the CSU at the customer site, and the DSU is what the customer would provide.
Provided, yeah.
That's like long lost. Like, it doesn't really exist anymore from what we found.
Hi, this is over with AT&T Business Sales. How may I help you?
I wanted to get internet access for my business, and I'm specifically looking for something called a T1 connection.
Okay, let me see here. What I'll probably need to do is set up a call with my my technical specialist on the back end, because T1s aren't really something that we typically. Actually, now that I'm looking at it, I just asked my specialist, because it doesn't look like we sell T1s anymore. We do dedicated internet, but we don't do T1s specifically anymore.
Next, we tried a local provider.
Hi, how can I help you?
Hey, I'm looking for internet access for my business, specifically trying to find something called a T1.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's actually coming back. We currently don't have any available services for you, sir.
Oh, no.
As silly as that was, that exercise, I mean, we really did want to see if we could theoretically get one locally. And there's actually a movement right now of people that want to preserve this copper infrastructure that still exists in some places, because the requirement to maintain those or maintain that has been basically being struck down recently. And so, the telcos don't really have an incentive to keep any of the copper maintained and installed. And so they've been tearing it down, and there's a dedicated and passionate group of individuals that want to keep that in place and going, because they see that as kind of important for things like emergency services, giving customers options, giving certain customers access still that may not have access to other services. So there's a lot of positives and upsides to keeping that in place, apparently. Do you concur?
Yes.
Yeah, definitely, right? Yeah.
Some people want it to stay around.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is simply used for management of the unit itself through Telnet, and not to actually exchange data over the T1.
God, I remember using that was like such a pain, the front panel.
Well, this was a really high-end CSU DSU because it had functionality so that you could have a T1 from the telco, and then you could split it. So use some channels for voice and some for data.
Oh, right. Yeah.
We didn't obviously do that.
Time slots, which could be used for mixed mode networking with voice and video traffic. Along with the CSU-DSU, our ISP also needs a router. The router will act as the middleman to forward IP traffic between our upstream ISP and our local Ethernet network. Cisco launched the iconic 2500 series of routers in 1993, with prices starting around $2,500. And they quickly became the go-to router for small ISPs. Dennis's ISP FAQ that we consulted in episode 1 called Cisco routers the benchmark.
Yeah, the 2500 was definitely very authentic.
Yes.
I don't think there's a more recognizable router that would have been used with T1s back then.
Right.
And this is what iPass was using in the 90s, I know.
Powered by the Motorola 68030, clocked at either 20 or 25 megahertz. There are two high-speed serial V.35 interfaces and one 10 megabits per second Ethernet interface as well. This would have been perfect for an ISP starting in the mid-90s. They could start with one T1 connection and then add a second one down the road for more capacity and redundancy. The 2500 series is described as a multi-protocol router, and part of Cisco's success was in supporting many protocols such as IPX, DEC, and others. But for an internet provider, we only care about using it as an IP router and making the IP connection to our ISP. The 10 meg Ethernet interface has an AUI connector, so we're using this Centercom transceiver to convert it to a 10BASE-T interface. And for the link to the CSU-DSU, we're using a Cisco V.35 serial cable. The connector on the ADTRAN side is a large connector with chunky pins, referred to as a Winchester. Our cable goes from that to a DB60 interface on the Cisco. Now that our physical interfaces are hooked up, let's start configuring them. Since we configured the T1 circuit settings on the ADTRAN, all that's left to do on the Cisco router is to enter the IP address assigned from our upstream ISP. Speaking of IP addresses, as a new ISP, we are going to need quite a lot of them, both for our own systems as well as for assigning to users. Back in the mid-90s, it would have been straightforward to request IPs from an upstream ISP, as well as to get directly allocated IPs, also known as portable. The direct allocations here in the US would have been from Internic. They handled domain name and IP registrations during this time. The IP numbering role was later handed off to ARIN in 1997. A forward-thinking ISP would be starting their applications with Internic for both IPs and something called an Autonomous System Number, or ASN, which we'll talk more about shortly. We have secured a Class C network, also known as a /24, that we'll be deploying on the LAN side of the router. So we're configuring the first address, 205.166.179.1, on the router, which will be the gateway for the rest of our hosts. And then on the LAN, we configured this Spark Classic with an IP in this /24 block, and we can successfully ping it from the router. Now, to interact with the internet, we'll need to configure our router to talk to our upstream ISP using the BGP protocol.
And if anyone's familiar with the intro to Quake 2, the id Software logo, that's where I got the inspiration for the BGP title.
Are routed, meaning what path requests need to take through the vast internet infrastructure to reach a given IP. BGP version 3 was formalized in 1991 with RFC 1267, and it built on previous iterations of a protocol called EGP, or X.
And yeah, getting EGP working is still something I really want to do.
Is that preceded BGP?
Yeah.
BGP is how independent networks, called autonomous systems, exchange IP routes between each other. And each autonomous system is assigned an ASN, a unique identifier for each AS. And by the end of 1994, there were only a total of 525 ASNs in active use. Compare that to today in 2023, there are now well over 100,000 ASNs in use. We want to send a route known as announcing or advertising from our Cisco 2501 to the modern internet today. So we're going to be configuring BGP version 4, which was formalized in 1994 in RFC 1654. Modern routes today still use BGP version 4, but with many improvements and extensions added on over the years. One of the benefits of implementing BGP is that it would let us implement multi-homing. That is, we can later add a second T1 internet connection to a different upstream ISP. By advertising our IP prefix to two ISPs, we would receive traffic on both connections under normal circumstances, and traffic would automatically reroute in case either one of those connections goes down. And the BGP configuration is actually very short and simple. In the Cisco configuration, we start BGP with the command router BGP, and then define our autonomous system number. We're using 961, which is an ASN that we have access to use. Next, we need to define the BGP neighbor that we want to connect to. In this case, it is our upstream ISP, and our ISP here is NetActuate at AS36236. They've agreed to provide us full internet connectivity for this project. Now that our neighbor has been defined, let's see if the BGP session comes up. And after giving it a few moments, it is now established. We can see that we have both sent and received BGP messages. And here we can see we've already learned a few routes from our BGP neighbor. Most importantly is the first route in the list, as that is the default route. Back in the early to mid 90s, the Cisco 2501 might have had a chance to actually process the full internet routing table when it contained just a few thousand routes. However, today, the full IPv4 routing table contains almost 1 million routes.
Of course, we explored that a little bit in the 512K day video.
But we did get, this is real. We had the 2500 really announce a Class C network to the internet.
We can look at the bgp.tools website to confirm that our route is being advertised. Our nearest neighbor is our upstream ISP, followed by CenturyLink, and then Tier 1 ISPs. And finally, let's see if we can ping from our router to the internet. With that, we finally completed our journey to establish the ISP's connection to the information superhighway. We may have had to make our own T1 along the way, but we're that much closer to being ready for dial-in users. In September of 1994, the V.34 standard had just been released, which set the standard for 28.8 kbps modem speeds.
Check this out, guys. This is insanely great. It's got a 28.8 bps modem.
Yeah?
And the general public was beginning to flock towards the World Wide Web. But the reality of this new world of dial-up internet access was that each side of the connection needed a physical modem. The implication of this is that a new ISP would quickly need dozens or potentially hundreds of modems to support the ever-growing number of users. The very first hurdle for ISPs, though, was simply connecting the modems to their infrastructure. How in the world do you connect a dozen modems when your Spark Classic, for example, only has 2 serial interfaces? You might picture something like this, but an actual solution was to use a serial expander like a Boca board or Rocket port card. These would provide a number of additional serial ports to connect the modems directly to your server. However, a superior solution was the terminal server. Initially, terminal servers were designed to link numerous dumb terminals over serial links, such as those found in libraries, to a central mainframe or server. These terminal servers had an array of serial ports tailored for the terminals. And as modem communication became widespread, terminal servers also evolved to support modem connectivity. While the moniker terminal servers is still used today, the devices evolved to support many protocols and use cases. The evolution of terminal servers brought product names such as remote access servers or RAS. Remote access servers allowed remote users or employees to dial in with a modem and get connected to a private network, and they often use special client-server software to enable this functionality. A further evolution of terminal servers is still relevant today, in the form of console servers. Console servers allow remote users to connect to the serial console ports of devices like routers, switches, servers, and so on using a command line or web interface. But with the explosion of ISPs in the early 90s, there was demand for a terminal server that was purpose-built for ISPs, one that could interface with potentially dozens of modems and connect them to the ISP's network. During this era, companies such as Telebit, Livingston, US Robotics, and others unveiled terminal servers tailor-made for ISPs' dial-up modem needs. These new iterations supported the point-to-point protocol, which was pivotal in propelling the surge of home dial-up internet access throughout the 90s. To find out more about this world-changing protocol, we had a chance to talk to Brian Lloyd.
And so Brian actually got in touch with us, right? Through a comment. I think he left a comment on one of the ISP series videos.
Oh yeah, I think so.
Yeah. And we were able to get in touch with him, and he was gracious enough to talk to us for a long time about PPP, the early internet, radius, and a ton of other topics, including his airplane.
Yes. So that was one of my favorite anecdotes from him. Was he was talking about commuting daily by plane.
Yeah, and so we'll play that clip for you because that's not something we had in the original video.
Well, you've probably heard me mention aviation, flying.
That's my other love. I've been a pilot now for 54 years. I've been a flight instructor for 25 years. I love flying. And one of the things that made Lloyd Internetworking possible in the early days was my ability to use a private airplane to travel and expand my work area. So I just trained my clients to come pick me up at the local airport so I could come in and install stuff or teach them to use stuff or do troubleshooting or whatever was necessary. I moved to Silicon Valley in '89, and I mentioned the secretary. Her name's Connie Fleener, and we decided to get married. And I had kids, she had kids, and it was looking like I'd get custody of my kids from my first marriage. We were going to do the Brady Bunch thing, and we're looking for a house, and we kept getting farther and farther and farther away. And we were looking at having a commute to work that would be like 2.5 hours each way every day. And I said, this is freaking crazy. I said, I'm going to fly to work. True. So I started looking at places that were far enough away to be a reasonable flight, like 45-minute flight, and yet far enough away that I could afford a house. So I ended up buying a house next to an airport in a little place called Cameron Park, which is in the Sierra Nevada foothills, just east of Sacramento on Highway 50. And so at the time I was working for Connie, and I had started commuting to work at Telebit. Connie actually got her pilot's license so she could get to work when I was off doing something else, traveling or something. And so, yeah, we commuted to work every day. Pretty soon we found other people who were interested. And so I had other people. So I would plane pool, and people would show up, and 7 o'clock in the morning, we'd hop in the airplane and we'd fly to Palo Alto, and everybody get out. We'd leave old junker cars at the airport, and we'd get in our cars and drive to work.
But more on topic was he was recruited to work at Telebit Systems, and Telebit was a big name in modems. The Telebit Netblazer? Trailblazer.
Trailblazer and Netblazer. Yeah, they're both, I think.
Well, I thought the dial-in box was like the Netblazer.
It's the Netblazer, yeah.
So I think he worked there when they were developing the Netblazer, which was their dial-in.
Was it the Trailblazer or Teleblazer? It was a blazer.
Something.
Yeah. So some type of blazer. Yeah. And so he contributed to that. He also did a lot with packet radio. He talked a lot about packet radio as well. So that was Phil Karn and KA9Q. And that was kind of way over our heads because we don't really have any experience with that. But yeah, he was involved with the TCP IP stack for packet radio. And had his hands in everything basically back in the day. So he had a wide range of interest back then. So
there was no built-in authentication mechanism, nor did it have any built-in error detection or correction.
So my interest and motivation was to move forward with SLIP, create PPP, and end up with a protocol. And the key thing with PPP was that the protocol had to be completely self-configuring. Once you establish the link, everything had to just happen. The user wouldn't have to pre-configure anything other than to provide a username and a password for authentication. And after that, everything would just happen automatically and the link would come up. I talked with a bunch of people about this, including a guy by the name of Mike Ballard, who worked at Telebit.
Telebit was well known for their Trailblazer line of modems, but after hearing Lloyd's ideas, Ballard was interested, to say the least.
So I had been telling Mike Ballard all about, hey, we need this new protocol. We need to build boxes that will allow us to create on-demand dial-up links and tear them down to basically expand the internet into places where it doesn't exist. In fact, to expand it into the home. And so in 1989, I showed up at Interop with a briefcase full of resumes and looking for a job. I said, I've got to go pay my dues to Silicon Valley if I'm going to have any serious involvement in this internet stuff. So I showed up, and one of the first people I bumped into was Mike Ballard. And so probably within about an hour, I had a new job working at Telebit, designing the Telebit NetBlazer, which was the first commercial dial-up, remote access server.
The following year, in July of 1990, PPP was proposed in RFC 1171. It was a product of the PPP working group of the IETF, chaired by Russ Hobby. It was later further developed by Lloyd as the next working group chairman in RFC 1331 in 1992. And as Lloyd described, PPP made turnkey IP connections for dial-in modem users. They just had to log in with a username and password. And at the time, PPP seemed like the perfect solution. But there was a problem. PPP wasn't being widely adopted during this time due to the RFC not describing the protocol in quite enough detail.
One of the early problems with PPP was the RFC was kind of badly written.
Just casually throwing shade on the previous authors of the standard.
Was very low. We do birds of the feather interoperability testing where we get a bunch of people together, we plug all our boxes together and test and help each other to debug their implementations. I really pushed to completely rewrite the PPP RFCs so that there was nothing left assumed in the protocol. None of this, well, of course they'll do it that way. No, everything had to be spelled out. Absolutely every state in the state machine was clearly delineated, so that there could be no misunderstanding. And interestingly enough, our interoperability testing, we went from an initial of about 10% interoperability when people come together to about 90% after we rewrote the RFCs. So that was working. Well, anyway, long about this time, Microsoft comes to me and they informed me that, well, their PPP didn't fully interoperate, and so therefore we had to change PPP to match their implementation. And I kind of looked at him and said, we have a million implementations of TCP/IP out there, and you have to work with that. And I looked at him and said, no, you are. We don't have to. I said, here's the spec, here's the RFC. If you want to be compliant, go ahead. If you don't want to work with anything else, that's up to you. But this is the spec, and this is the way it's going to remain. And they knuckled under, and they fixed their PPP and pushed it out. And so that's how that happened.
The final RFC for PPP was released in July of 1994. And the native PPP support in Windows 95 came just at the right time as the World Wide Web had started to exponentially grow along with internet usage as a whole. This was crucial for users brand new to the internet. There was usually no complicated software or configuration necessary when setting up a dial-up connection in Windows 95. And it made lives of ISP staff easier since they could provide simpler instructions to connect from Windows 95 out of the box. And once you signed up for internet access through your local ISP, you simply entered your username and password and connected to the internet, complete with an IP address.
I tell you, I love to use the term, if you build it, they will come, the phrase. And that's really what it was with the internet. We built it and the killer apps came. As far as PPP, it solved the problem of interoperability between boxes over point-to-point links.
PPP was a critical piece in the success of the internet, and it was amazing to hear the inside story of how it was developed. We'll have more coming up from Brian Lloyd later in the ISP series, but now that we're armed with PPP knowledge, let's get started on our terminal server shootout. The serial port is lucky enough to have several terminal servers in our collection, and we want to go through a comprehensive overview of the models we have to decide which one we'll use for the ISP. These are only a small sampling of what was available through the early 2000s, but we have a Livingston Portmaster 2E, the Cyclades TS2000, the Zyplex Max Server 1620, and last but not least, the Zylogix Micro Annex XL. We'll evaluate their hardware, software, ease of use and configuration, and attempt to get a dial-up internet connection working, complete with PPP. But before we get started, let's go over exactly how terminal servers work. At a high level, terminal servers are computers, but with specialized hardware and software. Terminal servers vary in design, of course, but all generally consist of a few key components. The first is a central microprocessor or CPU. This will execute and run the onboard operating system and handle the exchange of data between the serial ports and the Ethernet interface. The OS will be located on some type of memory, typically flash-based. The Ethernet interface will need both a PHY or physical layer device and a MAC or media access control device, as well as a controller for interfacing with the microprocessor. For the serial ports, a UART or Universal Asynchronous Receiver Transmitter is needed to convert the input and output of parallel data to and from the microprocessor to the RS-232 serial protocol. The UART, however, cannot directly receive or send serial signals at high enough voltage levels to be useful over any sort of distance. So a serial line driver and receiver are needed to increase and decrease voltage levels between the physical serial interface and the UART. There is much more to a terminal server, of course, but we should expect to see all of these components in each of the terminal servers that we're evaluating. The first terminal server we're taking a look at is the Xiplex Mac Server 1620.
So the Xiplex is what I was most motivated to get working. That's kind of a big reason I wanted to do the ISP content, was because of Xiplex. Because Ben and I used a provider here in Raleigh called Nando.net. And I remember dialing in to Nando. When you dialed in and connected in the terminal, it would say, "Welcome to Xiplex."
Right, yeah.
And then there was a menu where you could select to get to like a Unix host, PPP, SLIP, or connect to the BBS,
right.
Major BBS.
Yeah.
So the Welcome to Xiplex thing stuck with me, and I'd always wanted to get a Xiplex working. I haven't talked to any other people who have that same need in their lives, but
yeah, it ended up being very painful.
Because Xiplex is from like really the DEC digital
right.
kind of VAX ecosystem, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
Wasn't really that up and coming in the kind of TCP/IP world.
Yeah.
That was just added onto it.
And that brings us to the example we have here, the Mac Server 1620. This model was originally released in 1993, but the particular unit we have was manufactured on August 9th in 2001. This is around the same time period when the tech industry was in a major slowdown. Silicon Valley, once the bustling epicenter of tech innovation, bore a stark resemblance to a ghost town as the aftermath of the tech bubble burst took its toll. This was a few years after MRV's acquisition, so it's branded as in-base Xiplex. Notably on the front panel, there is a slot for a PC card. The card our unit came with is branded as iTouch Communications with a 1997 copyright date. iTouch was another subsidiary of MRV alongside in-base Xiplex, and was described as a provider of next-generation internet infrastructure solutions. On power up, the Mac server goes through an interesting sequence of LED indication while it's initializing and booting its software image. And then we see both the run and LAN lights on, and the run light blinking about every second, which indicates the unit is in normal operation mode. That's a good sign, but before we go any further, let's take a look inside. The chassis opens up easily, revealing the main PCB and power supply. We obviously have some expandable memory options, though we're lacking the third bank silkscreened on the PCB. There are two Toshiba 5118-160 DRAM memory chips for a total of 4 megabytes of onboard memory. This is an ST EEPROM that stores the unit's configuration, alongside a Motorola 68020 running at 25 MHz. Adjacent to those, we have a Xiplex marked microcontroller. This is likely an ASIC, or application-specific integrated circuit. Many networking companies were employing the use of ASICs in the early to mid-90s. These are custom chips designed for specific devices that perform functions that would otherwise need additional hardware or would have to be programmed in software. For the Ethernet interface, Xiplex used the popular AMD Lance controller. On the serial side, we have the CL-CD1400 UART. This one is made by Basis Communications, an offshoot of Cirrus Logic that formed in 1998. But this chip has its roots back in the early 90s when it was made by Cirrus. It supports 4 serial channels, so there are 5 of these to support all 20 serial ports. And here are the Texas Instruments line receivers and single channel 3488A line drivers. This expansion slot is presumably for the 40-port version of the Mac server. But enough looking around, let's see what kind of output we get. We connected to serial port 1 with a Cisco-style RJ45 console cable, and we're not getting any output at all when the device is powered up. There is no dedicated console port on this device, so we can only assume the device loaded an existing configuration from the memory card. So we really have no way of interacting with the device right now. We can attempt to reset the unit by pressing the reset button twice, but we're still not getting any sort of prompt, even though the 1 port light flashes when pressing enter on the keyboard. We're now rebooting it with the memory card removed, and tapping enter now greets us with this status banner. Since it can't load its OS from the card, it now wants to network boot, which seems like a good sign. We saw both boot P and reverse ARP requests from it on our network, so we configured an entry in our DHCP server which should handle the boot P request. We also supplied a TFTP copy of the Xiplex software image we already had. After power cycling the device, the Xiplex gets an IP and downloads the software via TFTP. However, even at that point, we're still not getting a prompt on serial port 1. We tried pressing the reset button again twice, but that doesn't seem to actually bypass the configuration. However, in watching the TCP dump output, after the software is loaded, we see a clue. The device sends a boot P request from a unicast IP of 199.5.90.1. Guessing that the Xiplex is using this IP, we configured our Linux host with an adjacent IP address, and now we're able to ping the Xiplex and actually telnet into it. However, telnetting in doesn't seem to get us anywhere, and none of our input is echoed back. After typing in a question mark and the word help, we only get this hash prompt. But typing in access in all caps does lead somewhere. We can then type set priv and enter the default password of system in all caps, and now we're finally in. To get us started, we found an online guide that recommended an initial setup procedure. We are setting the unit's name, passwords, and IP address settings using these define commands. And even though the Xiplex booted from a software image via TFTP, it's still loading its configuration from the onboard EEPROM, which is why it was still using the custom IP address, so we'll address that later on. The initialize delay 0 command tells the unit to reboot, so we can make sure it comes up with our desired IP. We now see the unit has booted up on the IP address we wanted to use, and we can now telnet in and get a prompt, and we can log in with our password of Xiplex. In the show server output, we can see the software version we're running is 6.3S15. We looked around online and couldn't find any other versions of software for these units at all, so we'll just have to carry on with this one. Our success was short-lived though, as the next day after powering it back up, it would no longer boot. It was stuck in a boot crash loop where all the lights on the front panel would alarmingly flash. It's especially hard to troubleshoot because the device does not have a dedicated console port, so there isn't any diagnostic info printed to port 1 by default. We suspect though that the EEPROM may be failing or somehow got corrupted during power down. We did a deeper dive into the documentation and found out how to reset the unit the correct way. After powering on, the setup menu can be accessed by pressing the reset button once, and then pressing and holding the button for at least 5 seconds until the 7 and 8 port lights are illuminated. Then let go and tap enter while connected to serial port 1. This now brings us to a setup menu which isn't the most user-friendly, but it shows the options supported by the Xiplex for loading its configuration. To bypass the suspicious EEPROM, we are disabling the NVS option for parameter loading. The parameter load method is now set to boot P, which will utilize our TFTP server to load and store its configuration. The configuration is stored in a PRM file, but unfortunately it isn't plain text readable. It is neat though to have the device using TFTP to load both its software and configuration, and this could simplify administration and deployment of lots of Xiplex terminal servers, sort of like an early approach of zero-touch provisioning. But now that we can access the device again, we're going to keep port 1 at default settings so that we can use it as a console port, and we'll configure port 2 for a modem. We run show port 2 and we're seeing the default settings on this port. Part of the learning curve of configuring these units is that the define commands will be saved as parameters and go into effect on the next boot, while set commands, on the other hand, let you set configuration changes immediately, but those changes do not persist after reboot. To add further complication to the matter, some configuration options can only be set by the define command and will require a reboot. We'll now consult the basic configuration guide to see what it says about setting up a port for a modem. First, we set port 2 to defaults. We need to enable modem control since it is disabled by default. And this is an excellent example of how the manual led us astray on a number of occasions, but we soldiered on. We are using modems which support the ring signal, but setting for ring conflicts with the flow control setting which we need to set later on, so we have to disable DTR wait. The guide indicates there are 3 ways in which to set a port speed. Autobaud can't be used for 38.4 kbps or higher. The Xiplex also supports CCL scripts, which are interactive scripts that determine how a host should interact with a modem. It isn't something we've worked with before, and it's not something we want to get into now. So we'll take the third option, which is to directly set the port speed to 38400. The guide indicates that typically for modem connections, flow control is set to CTS, but that it's modem dependent. So we'll need to consult the reference guide for our modem, which shows hardware flow control is supported. And now we can set up the port as a dial-in port. After running all of these commands, the show port 2 command does not show the updated parameters as expected with define commands. But let's try rebooting and see what happens. Well, after waiting for the configuration to save, we can now reboot. After telnetting in, we run show port 2 again and we do see our expected changes. However, we forgot to disable Autobaud, so let's do that now. With our settings in place, we are ready to hook up a modem. First though, we need to figure out how to make a cable for our modem to Xiplex connection. We opted for the second configuration here as we want the hardware flow control. After fiddling with our modem on another computer, we ran AT&F to set factory defaults. Once that is done, we try dialing in, but we get garbled characters. The Xiplex port status seems to see the connection as the port status shows login local now instead of idle, and the counters of characters in and out are incrementing. However, despite numerous attempts, we weren't getting clear text working when dialing in with a modem. It's confusing because the Xiplex doesn't have any functionality to send initialize commands to the modem without CCL scripts, and they don't provide any specific recommendations on what type of modem to use or not to use. But generally with garbled characters, this would indicate a speed mismatch between the DTE and the DCE. So we tried changing the port speed to 57600, and thankfully, everything suddenly started working. And now we finally successfully dialed in with a modem to the terminal server. The default security on the Xiplex is rather lax. You are required to enter a username, any username. From there, you have access to many functions on the terminal server. However, when dialing in, we noted that we had to press enter before getting a prompt. This was quickly corrected though by enabling DSR wait. So with that hurdle cleared, let's try configuring PPP. The guide shows diagrams that the Xiplex can be used for a personal computer to dial in with PPP and get attached to the network, or two Xiplex units can connect remotely to one another with PPP in order to route traffic between two LANs. Let's get into the details of setting up PPP, and of course we want to use the IP or IP control protocol, not the IP-XCP protocol for Novell NetWare, but it is interesting to see that it was supported at the time. First, we must enable the protocol itself with this command. Why do we need to manually enable the feature on the Xiplex terminal server instead of it being on by default? This likely relates to how the device manages memory. Given that the hardware originated in the late 1980s, resources like memory were limited. The software had to strike a balance between offering features with limited memory, which could be upgraded if needed for additional cost. After a reboot, we'll then enable PPP for port 2. And then define the remote IP and local IP that PPP will use. And enabling PPP IPs sounds like a good idea too. For our test right now, we're ignoring any authentication and use of radius, which we'll be getting into later. So let's see if it works. We'll be testing from a Windows XP computer. We are entering a username and password since it's part of the process in Windows, but we're not expecting the Xiplex to accept any authentication, or perhaps the authentication handshake may not even take place at all during the PPP negotiation. And wow, on the first try, our PPP dial-in was successful. We can see that Windows received an IP from the Xiplex that we configured. And we have internet access. Look at that latency we're getting over the modem connection. It's perfect for a retro PC experience. Aside from the necessary reboots, the PPP setup process in the Xiplex was pretty straightforward and easy. With the Xiplex roots and DEC terminals, it is impressive that the Mac server has evolved to fully support the needs of an ISP in the mid-90s. But let's break down what we discovered along the way. The Xiplex Mac Server 1620 is a mature product with an extensive feature set including a nested menu system, and the documentation is no doubt thorough. We like that it supports network boot and config storage, but
there's a lot we didn't figure out, and I didn't figure out how to make the menu system I wanted, because I think you had to like copy the menu from another computer to the Xiplex.
Yeah.
Maybe one day I'll give that another shot.
To weed through. Enabling features as an ISP grows may necessitate the need to add more memory, which may be inconvenient to schedule for a small ISP. Speaking of inconvenience, the required reboots for some of the configuration changes were annoying. The command line interface is very antiquated as well. For example, there's no way to simply show the full system configuration, and the lack of a dedicated console port makes troubleshooting a pain. But despite these issues, the Xiplex does meet our base requirements for a retro ISP, and we like the tried and true hardware design combined with the extensive software capabilities. Next up is the Xilogix Micro Annex XL. Founded in 1971 by 3 former NASA employees, Xilogix developed the first multi-user text editing and photo composition systems for newspapers. These were based around the first 16-bit computer called the GRI 909. Xilogix also designed and manufactured interfaces and disk controllers with separate DMA channels that could support up to 4 processors. After selling the newspaper side of their business, they found success in disk storage systems throughout the 80s, including with Sun Microsystems. Sun bought and resold Xilogix storage products such as their disk controller. In 1988, Xilogix expanded their product portfolio to include terminal servers by acquiring Encore's Annex series for $4 million, and began further developing their product line. This proved to be a smart business decision since sales to Sun were not going to be around forever. as change is the only constant in the tech industry. Xilogics was later purchased by Bay Networks in 1995, which was then later purchased by Nortel in 1998. But the terminal server we have, the 8-port Micro Annex XL, was originally released in 1992. It was coined a communication server that was featured in this interesting ad concept. With an original MSRP of up to $3,600, the XL came in 8 and 16 port models and could be configured with anywhere from 2 to 6 megabytes of memory. On power up, we can hear that the fan is making some odd noises, and we also see that the attention LED is illuminated, but we're not sure yet if that's a bad sign. The case pops apart except for a center screw that is annoyingly hidden under the Annex sticker on top. With that removed, the top of the case can come off. Don't know about you, but immediately our eyes are drawn to the pin grid array chip with the Intel logo on it. This is an Intel i82596SX LAN coprocessor that's clocked at 20 MHz, and it handles the 10 megabit Ethernet interface. Next door, our primary processor is not the 386, but the Intel 376, operating at 16 MHz. It's similar to the 386, but tailored for embedded systems like this one. And here are two even odd split EEPROMs. And the unit we have was manufactured on September 7th of 1995. Amazingly, this is the exact same day they announced the acquisition by Bay Networks. So for our sake, hopefully this means the manufacturing staff was having a good day. And here is a Cirrus Logic CL-CD180 UART that handles communication between the serial interfaces and the Intel 376. And this is a line driver receiver pair made by Texas Instruments specifically meant for modem control signals, and a long row of more serial drivers and receivers. This pin header is for an expansion card, we believe for just an optional 10BASE-T port. With 8 serial ports, the Xilogics, like the Xiplex, does not have a dedicated console port. So once online and working, the unit could be administered over the network so that all 8 ports could be used for modems. Before we get started with testing, we'll need to make a custom cable to try interacting with port 1. The serial pinout is not a standard Cisco style, so we had to make a custom RJ45 to DB9 cable assembly. With that done though, let's see what kind of output we get. Since our unit is lacking an Ethernet RJ45 port, we'll connect an AUI to 10BASE-T adapter. After powering the unit on, we're getting no output on serial port 1 with our terminal set to 9600. Similar to the Xiplex, the lack of a dedicated console port does make working on these slightly difficult. We're supposed to toggle the test button on the front panel to get into the maintenance mode. One reference we found said the test light should be blinking, but we were never able to make that happen. Holding down the test button does cause a sequence of lights on the unit, indicating it is doing some type of reset or self-test. But we're still not getting any output on our serial cable. Then we tried unplugging the AUI adapter and were immediately greeted with this message about entering monitor mode. So with that puzzle solved, we can enter a question mark and get a list of commands. The config command displays hardware info on the unit, and we can see a max serial speed of 57.6 kbps and 2 megabytes of memory. We tried the boot command to see what would happen, as it's unclear how to actually use the command. But after pressing enter, it looks like it's just trying to boot from the network, which is failing. It must have existing boot parameters saved, since we can see an IP address here it is specifically trying to boot from. Our next step is to find a software image we can use to boot up. Looking around online, from bitsavers.org, we found a copy of the 8.0 software release. We also found the Terminals Wiki website, which is a fantastic resource for both terminals and terminal servers. They have several pages about Xilogics units, and we found a copy of the 10.0 software release. There was also a link to documentation on archive.org from Bay Networks. The Micro Annex line evolved into the Remote Annex product, which is often referenced here. And we can see here in the installation notes for Unix that release 10.0 of the software can run on the Micro Annex XL. Let's see if we can figure out how to get our Annex booted from the 10.0 software. We downloaded and extracted the tarball. The release file has a date of October 1998, so we're hoping it should have a great feature set for our ISP. The 10.0 install notes describe running a script to install the Annex server on our Unix host. And in the list of supported OSs, we see many old Unix flavors such as BSDI, Solaris 2.3 and 2.4, Linux 1.2.3, though what distro they intended we don't know, and FreeBSD 2.0.5. It sounds like we need to install the Annex server software though, so let's give that a shot. We didn't want to experiment on our restored Spark Classic being used by our patrons, so we decided to try out BSDI's BSDOS in a virtual machine. After attempting a few different versions from archive.org, we eventually got BSDOS 3.0 installed and connected to our network. Once we telnet to our new BSDOS 3.0 host, we downloaded and extracted the R10 tar file. Then we ran the install Annex script to install the software without a graphical user interface. We kept it simple, generally trying to accept the default options. This release doesn't include software binaries for BSDI, so the installer will attempt to compile it from source code. Unfortunately, there was a compilation error, but let's see if we can proceed. The software includes an access control server, so we're going to pick option 7 to simply allow all access. So the software is maybe installed, and it didn't provide any immediate clues for how to boot our NX. So let's go back to the documentation. We found a quick start guide for Windows, and it has a section titled Booting the Remote NX, which shows a straightforward network boot example. In the files we have extracted, let's see if we have any files named like these. And yes, we do see 2 files in the BFS directory. Back on the micro annex, the image command did show that our annex wanted to boot from the oper.52.enet file, but it's still unclear how the boot works. Pushing on, let's try to configure our unit to network boot and see what happens. We use the adder-d command to see the current IP config, and then we run adder to set the new IP address that we want to use. We are configuring our TFTP server as the load host IP. We're not sure what this question means about IEEE 802 or Ethernet, but we'll select Ethernet. We're also not sure what load broadcast means, but yes. Running the boot command asks for the file name, and we'll stick with the existing value. We now see it attempt to boot the BFS file, but we're not sure what that is. It does then move to a TFTP request. During the boot sequence, we were running TCP dump, and after some ARP traffic, we see a request come into our server on UDP port 121, which goes unanswered. This must be the BFS request. And then we see the TFTP request sent on UDP port 69 for the file name. So that seems like a great sign. We're now copying the oper.52.enet file from the R10 software package to our TFTP server to try booting again. And it doesn't work. We see that the request is coming in with a literal question mark at the beginning of the file though, which is odd. Let's try copying the file name to begin with a question mark and try again. And it seems like we're getting further. We can see the dots keep coming in while the TFTP file is loaded. And then we get the letter F and a question mark, and that's it. Hitting enter and pressing question mark doesn't bring anything up on the screen, so did it work? The front of the NX shows the port 5, 7, and 8 LEDs are on, and the active light is blinking intermittently. Without having a dedicated console port though, it's hard to tell what's going on. But let's see if the unit is on the network. We can ping it, and we can actually telnet in. We're greeted with the text "rotaries defined" and prompted for a port name or number. Typing in CLI gets us to a prompt, and a question mark brings up a few commands we can run, but they don't look administrative in nature. The stats command does show we're booted to the R10 software version. Referring back to the documentation, we learned that the NA command is a command line interface to administer the NX from a Unix or Windows host. Looking in a folder of our NX software, we find that the NA binary was compiled and seems to be working. We can use the command annex and our unit's IP address to get connected. Show annex provides a brief system summary. And while we can't directly run show port 1, we can first specify the port range of 1 that we want to interact with, and then show the port parameters. We can see here that it is already in PPP mode, so we must be looking at parameters from the previous owner. To see how the NA utility communicates with the annex, we captured the network traffic and opened it in Wireshark to view. But there's not much to see here. After an initial session setup to UDP port 121, the rest of the work is done using UDP port 1390 on the NX. The software includes the Annex Manager, a graphical interface to manage annexes via SNMP, so we wanted to see what that actually looks like. So first we ran the install script. But unfortunately for us, it doesn't work on BSD-OS. So let's take another look at the NA utility instead. We found that the write command would write out the complete configuration to a file on our Unix host. And after a few moments, it generated this 30 kilobyte file. And here we can see the complete configuration, starting with system parameters and then dozens of parameters on each individual port. This looks useful both in viewing the configuration and seeing how deploying new configuration could be scripted. We then tried to set the name server on the NX, but despite referencing the manual and the existing configuration, the utility kept responding with invalid annex parameter name when we tried to set any system parameters. It looks like the compile error we observed earlier led to this NA utility not being fully functional. We're not giving up though, so let's try out the older R8 software version and see if it gets us further. We can't yet compile the source, so we run the install annex script.
The list of operating or machine types here is so wild. I mean,
Yeah, it really is, yeah.
Some we've heard of, but like an Encore 90.
AT&T Star Server FT.
But after selecting yes to compile the tools, nothing seems to have happened. There is a make file, so let's attempt to compile NA. And that's not good, we see 4 compile errors. But after some further research, we found this note for compiling R8 on NetBSD, which looks exactly like what we need to fix this issue. The code we need to patch is in the libannex folder. The file has a copyright date of 1989 and was originally created by Jonathan Taylor in June of 1984, and with many comments going back to 1985. We patched the necessary code, and success! We now have the NA utility, and all thanks to Jonathan Taylor back in 1984. Surprisingly, it recognizes that our annex is running newer software. We can now run the show annex all command, which wasn't working earlier. And we can finally set a DNS server value as well. Let's now set our addresses for PPP on port 2. And fortunately, we don't need to reboot. We can just run the reset command as needed. Now for the big moment. Let's hook up a modem and see if we can dial in. Our connection is established with a micro annex, and we receive the assigned IP from PPP as expected. Now let's see if we can ping out. We can ping to the annex, but we can't ping to the internet. And that's because the annex does not have a default route configured. We didn't see a way to add it with the NA utility, but that led us back to the command line interface over Telnet. Using the SU command, we can get into the super user access level, which lets us set configuration. And while the route command doesn't seem to display routes, we can set the default route.
God.
And finally, after all that work, we can ping out to the internet. That was quite a journey, and there's simply a lot to learn about the different ways of managing the Xylogix Annex terminal servers. In hindsight, we probably should have picked Solaris for working with the Annex, as that would have likely avoided the source code compile issues we ran into, and we could have seen the graphical Annex Manager interface. However, we never intended to use our Spark Classic as a graphical system, and unfortunately, we couldn't find a copy of the Annex Manager for Windows. Once we got past the initial learning curve, the Annex was enjoyable to work with, and you can really see how the product and related software has its roots from 40 years ago.
Here's our pros and cons.
This is so silly.
For network boot and configuration storage. Speaking of the config, the ability to export and set the full configuration is a great time-saving feature. On the other hand, it's not very easy to find the needed information in the docs, which are spread across 3 different books plus additional release notes for both the micro annex and later annex products. And there is a steep learning curve involved when setting up these units, especially if you're doing so decades after their heyday. And finally, the combination of no 10BASE-T port, which necessitated an AUI transceiver, and no dedicated console port made working with the micro annex cumbersome. And while there are many features as well as support for legacy protocols, the Annex does seem to meet the base requirements for a 1990s ISP. The Xyplex and Xylogix terminal servers have a lot of similarities, with their original roots in the 1980s and not originally intended for internet connectivity. It has been an eye-opening experience to see just how complicated it can be getting these operational. Still, the thrill of using these relics of the past to dial in and get connected to cyberspace was well worth the effort. And we're not done yet. The massive city of Sao Paulo, Brazil was the unlikely starting place for a networking vendor in the late 80s. But that's where Daniel Dalla Rosa got his start with his friend John Lima. Their company was named after the French equivalent of the ARPANET known as Cyclades. And after spending a few years in a Sao Paulo garage, the duo relocated to Fremont, California, nestled at the end of San Francisco Bay. That's where they released their first product, a multi-port serial card dubbed Cyclom, in the early 90s. These were, quote, intelligent cards, which meant they didn't burden the host CPU as much as something like a simple or, quote, dumb card would. The Cyclom cards used the same CL-CD1400 UART that we saw in the Xyplex, so while their hardware design was nothing unique or special, Cyclades differentiated themselves by being one of the first hardware vendors to engage with the Linux open source community. At this time in the mid-90s, it was difficult or downright impossible to find certain hardware that was compatible with Linux. It was during this time that Phil Hughes, the co-creator of the Linux Journal magazine, had been looking for a multi-port serial card that worked with Linux, and only one vendor was willing to listen, and that vendor was Cyclades. Hughes sent out a request to a Linux mailing list looking for volunteers to take on a project to write a driver for the Cyclom Y. That's when Randy Benson stepped up to delve into the world of device drivers and Linux. Benson had experience writing drivers, so Cyclades agreed to send him a development board, the documentation for the Cirrus UART, and some tips on how to access the device. And after completing the project, it ended up being the first vendor-supported Linux device driver. And it was a great success for Cyclades. The Linux community ended up driving 50% of their serial card sales. More importantly though, this laid the groundwork to show other manufacturers that Linux support and open source development was a viable option. This early decision ended up changing the course for Cyclades. They continued developing new products and stayed close to the open source community. They eventually created the PathRAS remote access server in 1997. However, this was during a time when ISPs were abandoning terminal servers with serial ports. The advent of 56K dial-up technology brought about a new generation of high-density terminal servers for ISPs with digital modems. We'll be diving into the world of 56K technology and terminal servers in a later episode. The PathRAS evolved into the PR3000TS, which used their proprietary Cyros or Cyclades routing OS and offered up to 64 RS-232 serial ports. However, given the rapid pace of evolution and development in network protocols, Cyclades wondered if the open source community could be the answer to keeping up. They ultimately opted to build their new terminal server, dubbed the TS2000, with Linux as the embedded operating system. The idea was that of flexibility and efficiency. They could spend less time maintaining the kernel and protocol stacks.
Yeah, the Cyclades is more fun to work on if you have Linux experience because you can log in and it's just a Linux system.
Yeah. And it's much newer than the other ones too, much more mature.
And was the first Linux-based device of its kind. While primarily marketed as a console server for managing servers and data centers, the TS2000 still included features that an early analog modem ISP would want. And despite not being around in 1994 like our other terminal servers, we think it's a unique addition to the shootout, given its history. But let's see how this relative newcomer stacks up to the other terminal servers. The example the serial port has was kindly donated to us by one of our subscribers. The TS2000 has 32 serial ports, which is the most of any model in our shootout. And finally, an actual console port, which is a welcome sight. On the bottom, we see that our unit was built on March 6th in 2007, 12 years after the build date of the Zylogics. We've also got a helpful pinout diagram for the serial ports. So, let's try powering it on. On power up, we hear the fan and just get a single LED indication. Let's get the cover off. The consolidation of components compared to the earlier Zyplex and Zylogics units is expected on a much newer device like this. Over time, more and more functionality can be consolidated into single devices, making the board smaller and with fewer and smaller devices overall. At the center of the board is a Cypress, now part of Infineon, CPLD, or Complex Programmable Logic Device. We're not sure how this is implemented in Cyclades design, and it may just be for the LED array on the front panel, but let us know in the comments if you've got another idea. Towards the power supply, there is a Freescale PowerQuick microprocessor running at 50 MHz. These contain a PowerPC core based on the Motorola MPC 850, and it is the successor to the 68360 Quick, one of the most popular processors for embedded networking. It contains an onboard Ethernet MAC as well as other features that would have been separate devices on older terminal servers. The hard hat distribution of Linux that Cyclades used for the TS2000 had off-the-shelf support for these processors, making implementation that much easier. There are two Atmel flash devices here for a total of 4 MB of flash storage, and the TS2000 model has 64 MB of memory, which is not expandable. Cyclades actually had no idea how much flash storage and RAM would be needed during the initial design of the TS2000, but 64 megabytes would be more than enough for an ISP, even if all 32 serial ports were utilized. On the Ethernet side, there is a National Semiconductor PHY, and the only one in our lineup that supports 100 megabits per second. For the UARTs, Cyclades used the XR, now Max Linear, ST16C654, which supports data rates up to 1.5 megabits per second, far beyond what would be needed for a dial-up modem. And each UART supports 4 serial channels, so there are 8 XR devices to support all 32 serial ports. Finally, there are ON Semiconductor MC1488 and 1489 line drivers and receivers, alongside COM chip devices for electrostatic discharge protection. It is incredible to see the difference a full decade has made for terminal server hardware design, and we're hoping the software configuration has also followed the same trend. So let's try it out. We're connecting a Cisco-style console cable, our Ethernet connection, and powering it on. Our terminal is set for 9600 8N1, and after a long delay, we finally see a bootloader starting the Linux kernel. The boot process takes about a full minute, with the file system loading from flash. We see the Linux kernel version is 2.2.14, which was released in the year 2000, but this kernel has a compile date in 2006. Now at a login prompt, we first tried the root user with the default password of TS-Linux, and fortunately it worked, so we won't have to go through a password reset process. We're greeted with some instructions warning us to follow the Cyclades manual and to not configure this as a normal Linux system. We're now in what seems like a familiar Linux shell, with some commands you'd expect to see, but this is a stripped down embedded Linux distro, and the file system is a RAM disk. So that means any file edits will take place in RAM and not automatically persist after a reboot. And here's a list of files that get saved to flash memory storage. And the save conf command is what saves those files to flash. We can see here this unit is running version 3.0 of the Cyclades TS software. This matches the sticker we observed earlier. Presumably this is a more mature version after many 1.x software versions. So let's try to do some configuration. The manual referred us to the wiz or wiz command, which lets us set basic hostname and IP parameters. We're now asked if we want to save our updated configuration to flash, and the save process ends up taking about 40 seconds. To configure serial ports, we can run config commands directly on the shell prompt. We played around with the Wiz tool a little bit more, but most of its functionality isn't directly useful for us right now. But we couldn't resist trying out the web interface, so let's log in as root and see what happens. It loads very quickly, and aside from there being a lot on the page, it has a refreshingly simple and clean user interface. But let's see if we can get a port ready to test with a modem. Looking at the config for serial port 1, there is a huge assortment of configuration options. We are trying out the dial-in profile wizard at the top of the page, and it adjusts many of these parameters for us. But the field named remote/local IP address is confusing. Does it mean remote, or does it mean local? I guess we'll find out. We fill in an IP address that we want the dial-in user to get assigned. And once all of our changes are in place, we need to click Run Configuration on the left menu. Select the first option and then activate configuration. And if we get serious about using one of these units, saving and loading from an FTP server sounds pretty useful.
Definitely.
That's, yeah, genius.
Absolutely, yeah.
Genius level stuff.
The configuration process seemed almost too easy, but let's hook up a modem and try dialing in. Testing from our Windows XP machine, we're able to dial in successfully, and we are assigned the correct IP address via PPP.
Yeah, compared to the other ones, this was a walk in the park. I remember you got it working very quickly.
And pinging out to the internet works, so we can call this a success. And telnetting into the Cyclades, we can see the PPP process in Linux that is handling our connection. Working with the Cyclades is a night and day difference from the older terminal servers we dealt with in episode 4. But let's go over exactly what we liked. The fact that the Cyclades is based on Linux reduces the learning curve substantially for the command line interface. The TS2000 has a whopping 32 ports in a 1U form factor, along with the
I guess for someone who's interested in this, the other benefit of the Cyclades is it can be, you can use it as a serial console server.
Yeah, right.
Really easily. I mean, you can with some others as well.
But yeah, the fact that it's so easy to set up.
The easiest one to work with.
You still need to consult the manual depending on what you're trying to accomplish. Boot up and saving the configuration to flash tend to take a while, which can be an annoyance. And finally, the most important point is that this is a post-Y2K device and is not period correct for our ISP. Our goal from the outset was to create a pre-56K era ISP, something that would have been around in the early to mid-90s, so using the TS2000 would be like using a cheat code. But overall, we were definitely impressed with its capabilities and how it continued Cyclade's involvement with Linux. So let's move on to the final entry in our terminal server shootout.
Saving the best for last.
Yep.
5 years earlier, and just up the road from Cyclades in Pleasanton, California, Livingston Enterprises was founded in 1986 by father and son Ronald and Steve Willens. They initially started out developing information management systems for the technology and communications industries, but in 1989 they formed the Network Products Division, which ultimately led to the release of the revolutionary Portmaster Communications Server in 1990.
And one cool thing, after this, we have since acquired a Portmaster 1.
Yeah, the PM11.
Also known as the 11.
Yeah.
Or the
which is
1.1.
Very confusing, yeah. So yeah, it was really cool to see that though. It's basically just a smaller version of this, a little bit simpler. And
lower power.
Yeah. And yeah, we didn't really do anything with that though, I don't think.
We need to get that working.
Yeah.
Of authentication, authorization, and accounting, or AAA. Radius was integrated into the Portmaster products very early on, before it became an IETF standard, giving them a big advantage for organizations wanting to implement the new technology. We'll be delving in much deeper with Radius and its history in a later episode. Through the mid-90s, the Portmaster line grew to include multi-protocol routers, firewalls, and of course, a continued presence of terminal server models. Their products ran their own proprietary operating system coined COM-OS and could be administered with a graphical user interface called PM Console, which was later rebranded PM Vision. Near their height in 1996, Livingston had a massive 67% market share among some 2,200 ISPs.
Yeah, the Portmaster is definitely the most iconic or recognizable from this time period.
The Portmaster was the terminal server for ISPs, whereas Xylogix found success with universities, and there were several other smaller players like Xyplex in the mix. The Portmaster was the gold standard at the time. David H. Dennis even called it the best terminal server by far in his ISP FAQ that's been helping us along since episode 1. And then in 1997, Lucent acquired Livingston, now at over 200 employees, in a deal for $650 million worth of stock. And after the release of the last Portmaster model, the Portmaster 4, Lucent discontinued the lineup for good. So given the popularity of the Portmaster with ISPs, we're excited to take a look at the example we have, the Portmaster 2E. We believe the 2E was originally released in 1992, and it features a modular design that can be expanded with more ports and upgraded to support newer technologies like ISDN. It's by far the physically largest terminal server in our lineup, and the only to feature actual DB25 ports, 20 of them in total, instead of the normal RJ45 ports that we've been seeing on the other terminal servers. And this is a clue to its intended purpose with modems. On power up, we're showing the rear of the unit as there is no LED indication on the front. And other than the fan, the only indication we have is a green power LED. Well, we've been waiting to see the inside of this for quite a while, so let's dive in. This is definitely a unique design in our lineup, and the build quality appears to be superb. We immediately see an AMD 386DX 40 MHz CPU, which was actually the fastest 386 ever available. And that's alongside an ACC Microelectronics 2046 ST, which is a PCAT chipset that provides a memory controller as well as local bus controllers. Curiously, there is a 66.6 MHz oscillator here for both the CPU and the chipset, so the CPU is actually underclocked at 33 MHz. There are 4 populated memory SIMs and an EEPROM just beside them. The memory can be upgraded to 16 MB total using 4 MB SIMs. There are also 4 AMD AM28F010 flash memory ICs for a total of only 512 KB of flash storage. Our unit is fitted with an expansion card to provide an additional 10 serial ports. The serial ports use the Texas Instruments TL16C552 UART, which is PCAT compatible, and they support 2 serial channels each, so there are 5 on each card. And here we have AMD AM26LS29 line drivers and 26LS32 line receivers. The Ethernet interface board is located under the motherboard, connected via these pin headers here. And we're spoiled for choices here as the Portmaster provides us with an RJ45, AUI, and a coax connection. And our controller is the National Semiconductor AT/Lantic, which contains the MAC and supports 10 megabits per second Ethernet, and is obviously meant for PC-AT buses. There's also a parallel port for connecting something like a printer to a network. Overall, the design is well executed, and we appreciate that expansion upgrades seem to be as easy as installing 4 screws and a couple of cables. But let's see what the software has to offer. We're connecting a DB25 serial cable with a null modem adapter to the S0 port, and our terminal is set to 9600 8N1. Wow, it boots up very fast. We're already at a login prompt in just under 30 seconds. We don't know the login info, and the troubleshooting guide says technical support needs to be contacted to override the password. Fortunately though, the code has been published that lets us do the challenge response method to gain entry. And now that we're in, we can reset the root password. With the help command, we see what looks like a very basic list of commands. This unit is running CommOS version 3.5.1b17. And while the ifconfig command sounds like a typical Unix command, the options here are a little bit confusing. But following along from the hardware installation guide, we can use these set commands to configure our IP, netmask, gateway, and we can see a successful ping on our LAN. We're now following the configuration guide to set our system name, DNS settings, as well as to enable telnet access. And now we're specifying the beginning IP address for the IP pool that PPP users will get addresses from. We were confused by the broadcast address ending in .0 instead of .255, and the manual explains this is because the portmaster defaults to a low broadcast address of all zeros instead of modern systems, which use a high broadcast of all ones. So we set broadcast to high, and now the broadcast address ending in .255 matches the other host on our network. We weren't immediately able to telnet in, and the manual does explain that a reboot is required after some configuration changes. And sure enough, after a reboot, we can telnet in. Now, let's configure the portmaster for dial-in use. The manual has a chapter for this topic and an example of exactly what we're looking for. This part of the manual is written specifically for ISPs and provides a sample blueprint for how an ISP will lay out IP addresses on their network. So let's try just following the command suggested here to configure all of the ports. And since we're not yet ready to use Radius, we're manually adding a user for testing. But after a quick test, dialing in with PPP was not successful. We think this may be due to some previous configuration when this unit was used as a console server, so we should probably do a config reset so that we're working from a clean slate. We connected back to the console on port S0 and followed the commands to reset the configuration to factory defaults. And after a quick reboot, we can log in with an empty password. So let's quickly reconfigure our unit, and we'll do so first from the console. And now that we can telnet in, we're going to configure port S1 for our modem test, and we'll use a speed of 57600 since we know this is correct for this modem, based on our previous experience with the other terminal servers. And again, we'll add a test user. And finally, we'll do a reboot for good luck. Connecting again from our Windows XP computer, this time we are seeing better results as we get registered on the network. We receive an IP address from the portmaster's pool, and we're able to ping out to the internet. We wanted to find portmaster related software, including PM Vision, which was challenging as we couldn't find anything available online. Fortunately, we got in touch with Harold from the Osmocom project.
Yeah, if you haven't checked out Osmocom, definitely go to their wiki. It's chock full of information and all their projects and everything. It's really impressive.
An archive of portmaster related files, which we'll also be posting on the serialport.org website.
Yeah, and we've added even more to our files site since then.
Notes of ComOS indicate we can run tftp get ComOS, which sounds like a straightforward method. However, this didn't work for us as we kept getting the couldn't initialize file error even after trying a couple different ComOS versions. So this led us to trying out the other tools. We had success getting PM Vision running on Windows NT, and it made upgrading ComOS a breeze. With the upgrade done, we explored PM Vision further. This version is newer than the Portmaster 2. It refers to Modems, which is probably for the Portmaster 3, which had digital modems integrated. We can use PM Vision to configure the ports on our Portmaster 2E, but the tool isn't all that helpful for doing this type of configuration, as it would simply be faster from the command line, as a setting can be changed for multiple ports from a single command. Let's take a look at monitoring the Portmaster though. There are color indicators for each port that will change depending on the status, and the session screen gives us detailed information on each port. And as we're dialing in, we can see the status changes to connecting. Once connected, we can see the blue indication for port 1, indicating a successful ongoing connection. So for us, the PM Vision software seems to have the most utility for monitoring and quickly checking the status of the terminal server, while the command line is definitely the way to go for configuration changes. Not limited to just its imposing physical size, the Portmaster stands out from the other terminal servers in a number of ways. It was the gold standard for ISPs in the mid-90s, and the manual is clearly written with ISPs in mind. The software feels dated, but overall easier to work with than the older Xyplex and Xylogix units, and we like how quickly the unit boots. The expansion capabilities and the ease of installing them are a nice touch as well. And finally, the icing on the cake is that port 0 does behave as a console port by default. And unlike the other units, the Portmaster 2E has DB25 ports, which could be a positive or negative depending on the application. On one hand, it makes the modem cabling very straightforward, but if you're connecting lots of modems, it would probably be easier to manage Cat5 cables between the terminal server and the modems. And the Portmaster is not perfect by any means. Configuration in the command line interface is not the most intuitive, as there is still a learning curve involved, and the PM Vision software doesn't help much there either. We also found that reboots are required in a few instances, which would be annoying in a live environment. But overall, working with the Portmaster alongside its manual really felt like we were recreating the 1990s ISP experience. And let's not forget that price played a big role. These were available new with 30 ports for around $3,000, or $100 per port. For an early ISP that just wanted a reliable terminal server as opposed to building their own with Linux and a multi-port serial card, the Portmaster 2 series was the ticket. It's hard to believe, but we're finally at the finish line. We've gone through all 4 terminal servers in the shootout, and amazingly, got dial-up and PPP working on all of them. Along the way, we've learned each of the terminal servers has its own unique history, design, and intended application, and it's difficult to really compare them fairly, given all of the differences between them. For us, though, we'll be sticking with the Portmaster for now.
Which pretty much we're always going to from the beginning.
Oh yeah.
Retro ISP. But we still have work left to do. We need to figure out how to implement access control for dial-in users, or what came to be called authentication, authorization, and accounting, or AAA. An early ISP such as ours would have started off handling user authentication with simple user entries in a text file, or as local users on a Unix machine such as the Sun Spark Classic. But as an ISP grew, it would scale by using multiple terminal servers connected to banks of modems. And as we heard from Pete Ashdown in our first episode, running an ISP during this time was incredibly expensive, not just from an equipment standpoint, but the operating costs could be sky high. And so back in this era, it was extremely common to see ISPs across the US, both national and local, charge by the hour, or even put in place time quotas for their users in order to make enough money to continue operating. All of this created a new problem though. Validating, managing, and tracking user accounts grew increasingly problematic and complex. During this time, some terminal server manufacturers met this need by offering their own proprietary systems for AAA. Cisco's TAC-AX dates all the way back to 1984, where it was used on ARPANET, and the increasing prevalence of these proprietary solutions meant that interoperability was slim to non-existent. Brian Lloyd, who we first heard from in episode 4, saw and experienced these issues firsthand.
Well, one of the problems was there was no centralized authentication capability. So I called a Birds of a Feather meeting at Interop. And I think this was Interop 92 or maybe Interop 93. But we got all the terminal server vendors, Zyplex, Cisco, Livingston, Telebit. We're getting all these guys in. And so we had BOF. And it was like, look, guys, we need a centralized authentication server.
And one of the key trends that was emerging around early internet development was this idea of open standardized protocols, instead of the more proprietary vendor-specific ones from like IBM or DEC. And so there was a growing appetite for an open solution for AAA.
Well, Cisco stands up and says, TAC-AX, everybody's going to use TAC-AX, which was the original authentication protocol developed for the ARPANET. And then Zyplex had their own thing, all the rest of it. And so 2 hours of the vendors being unmoving. They just said, no, we've already got a solution. We don't need a new solution. You just need to adopt our protocol. And we were very, very frustrated. So finally, after 2 hours, we pretty much gave up. And as the vendors file up, I'm sitting there and up walks Steve Willems. And he said, what do you want to do? Walked up to the whiteboard and we started working on a protocol.
Steve Willems was the CEO and co-founder of Livingston Enterprises, makers of the Portmaster terminal servers. Willems took their idea from Interop and developed it into a fully fledged protocol that would be called Radius, which stood for Remote Authentication Dial-In User Service. The idea of Radius was to centralize authentication, authorization, and accounting for users, or in other words, help infrastructure answer 3 questions. Who are you, which is the authentication piece? What services am I allowed to give you, which is authorization? And what did you do with my services while you were using them, which is the accounting part? When an ISP expanded from more than one terminal server, they would have to figure out a way to synchronize AAA data, like username and password values, time spent logged in, and so on between the terminal servers. This led to confusing and complex scripts that attempted to automate the process. Radius provides a standardized way of handling this information. The Radius protocol uses UDP to transfer packets that are made up of 4 header sections and a payload supporting over 50 attribute value pairs. The header consists first of a code, which defines what type of Radius message is being sent, like access request, for example. then an identifier, which helps with threading and linking of requests and replies, a length value, which is just the length of the packet itself, and finally the authenticator, which contains values that allow the Radius server to verify identity of the server requesting access and to decrypt passwords sent in the payload. And the payload contains attribute and value pairs like username, password, and many other attributes like session time and so on. And at least in an ISP, there is typically a server running Radius software, which we'll talk about shortly, that responds to Radius requests. So for example, when a user connects to an ISP, it would trigger a Radius request from the terminal server that the user connected to. The request itself would have the access request code in the header of the UDP packet, and some attribute value pairs in the payload like username and password. The Radius server would then respond with approval or rejection of the request after accessing the user records in a database. So if you've used all 10 hours of your allowed ISP access for this month, you're out of luck. Livingston's new Radius protocol would have one of its first implementations at MishNet. MishNet was a regional network and ISP in Michigan that was connected to the wider NSFnet. It was operated by nonprofit Merit Network Incorporated, and in the late 1980s, they needed to convert MishNet from a proprietary network protocol to IP and transition to standard commercially available terminal server equipment. They awarded a contract to Livingston for Portmaster hardware as well as their newly developed Radius server. Using Radius as a base foundation, Merit Network then expanded upon it and built their own Radius server with more features. And in March of 1993, Willans presented Radius at the 26th IETF meeting in Columbus, Ohio. The Radius protocol would then become an internet draft at next year's meeting in Seattle, kickstarting its route to becoming an official IETF standard. Carl Rigney of Livingston described Radius as being deliberately designed to be simple and extensible, meaning the protocol could be easily expanded upon in later versions. Radius was open source from the start, so while it was making its way through the standards process, it was rapidly adopted, especially in the ISP and terminal server industries. And in January of 1997, the initial Radius RFC was issued by the IETF, with the latest version in RFC 2865, which was released in June of 2000. But that wasn't the end of the story for Radius. Radius has continued to grow and evolve over the years, and is still in use today for lots of modern technologies. Modern enterprise Wi-Fi solutions make extensive use of the Radius protocol, which, when used with 802.1x, provides port-based network access control, and it integrates seamlessly with backend systems like LDAP, Active Directory, and multi-factor authentication services. While Radius has been a huge success story, we wanted to go back to its roots, helping manage dial-up user access. And our Portmaster-fueled ISP is the perfect place to do that. We started out by searching for the earliest version of Radius we could find, which ended up being version 1.16. The install file shows this is dated January of 1995, so a few years after Radius was first introduced with MishNet. We're going to see if we can install it on a modern Linux host. We're working on our Ubuntu 22 lab machine with no serious expectations of getting this now 3-decade-old software actually working. After creating a Radius user and extracting the tarball, let's take another look at the install file. It looks like we'll first need to add these Radius ports to our etc services file. And then make the directories for the Radius database and accounting files. Now we populate our ADDB data, copying the example client and user files. And here's the client's file. We're adding localhost as a first test to query Radius from. And looking at the user's file, it has some predefined users with different configuration examples. So let's try out the Steve user to start with. We try to compile the code, but we get this error of undefined reference to crypt. We then found we can add -l crypt to libs in the makefile to fix that. We now have Radius D, but there's not much helpful info from the command line. We can run it with -X though to keep the process in the foreground and get debug output. Radius comes with this radpass command for changing user passwords, so we want to use that to test the Radius server. What happens at first though is that while the server receives the request, it just hangs and the client itself is stuck. After looking at the code, we found the radrecv or receive function receives the request and passes it to radrespond, where we can see the pass change macro must be defined for the password change request to be called. Oddly, pass change was not defined, so we added it to the makefile and then rebuilt and restarted the Radius server. After verifying the existing password, a second attempt of radpass seems to be successful. However, note the warning about received invalid reply digest from server. So now let's log into the portmaster. Referring again to the instructions, it tells us the commands to set the authentication server and shared secret. We'll set security on and then reset all ports and save. Now let's add a host entry for the portmaster and define it in the client's file. And with that, the Radius server should now be ready. We can see the request come in, but the password is empty and the request is rejected. After entering the correct test password, we see the password field is now populated, but we're still getting a reject. We made several attempts to fix this, including disabling CHAP authentication, but it looks like we're stuck with some sort of password issue. To try to determine if the problem was with our portmaster or Radius server, we added some more debugging to Radius D and tested with a rad test command from a modern version of free Radius, which we'll look at shortly. From our debugging output, it looks like there's a problem decrypting the password received, and the client shows reply verification failed, so there seems to be some cryptography problem the Radius server is having on our modern Linux environment. Taking a break from Livingston's original Radius server, we decided to explore some alternatives, and there were many to choose from. Funk Software's steel-belted Radius and CryptoCard's Easy Radius were early offshoots of Livingston's Radius 2.0 server intended to support more platforms like Windows NT. And then there was Systron Radius, which was an early GPL open source alternative that soon spawned an offshoot called Free Radius. Started in 1999, Free Radius is the most popular open source Radius server today. It has a plethora of backend database options, and for us, we thought that storing our data in a SQL database would be a fun option to use with our retro ISP, although not strictly authentic to the 1990s time period. FreeRadius is available as a package, so we installed it on a Debian 12 machine here at the lab, along with MariaDB for our database. Once installed, we populated the database with the MySQL schema. And then we updated the default FreeRadius configuration to enable the SQL module. We set up a user and a Radius client by hand in the database to get up and running. From there, it was simply a matter of launching FreeRadius and dialing in to the portmaster. With the debug option on, we get a ton of info, but we do see a successful authorization and an access accept response. In episodes 4 and 5 of our ISP series, we did in-depth evaluations of 4 different terminal servers that would have been used by ISPs in the early 90s. For a budding ISP, getting a terminal server was either a first step or an upgrade from having modems directly attached to a computer for customer connections, like we originally had with our Sun Spark Classic. But a terminal server is a purpose-built appliance for handling lots of serial ports, exactly what was needed for an ISP ordering more modems and phone lines on a weekly basis. The 4 terminal servers we looked at in our shootout all had serial ports, and each port would connect to a single external modem. And most ISPs using these terminal servers would use off-the-shelf mass-produced modems like those from US Robotics, Multitech, and so on. But at some point, external modems become impractical. Can you imagine the spaghetti mess of wiring this could lead to once there were dozens or even hundreds of modems needed for your ISP?
And this was a real issue. So like Pete was saying back in 95, they were buying modems and terminal servers basically as quickly as they could. And yeah, at some point it just becomes completely unmanageable to have all these discrete modems, right?
Yes.
So much. But what if the modems and terminal servers could be combined?
Lovely animation there. Wow.
Great job.
Really blew it out of the park, knocked it out of the park there.
Of course, US Robotics was pretty much the undisputed leader in modems in the 90s. Many users loved the Sportster series, and the most fanatic dial-up users would shell out the big bucks for the premier Courier line of modems. Less well known, however, was the Total Control product line, which emerged around the beginning of the 1990s. As a rack-mount 16-slot chassis, this was not something targeted at home.
And this is, I didn't realize this when we first got the Total Control, and I did a little bit of research about it. I didn't realize the original Total Control still just connected to discrete modems. It didn't always have built-in modem cards.
The terminology was extremely confusing because they kept recycling the same words for different products, like Total Control and Net Server.
Right, yeah.
Chassis with 16 14.4 kbps modems would amount to around $20,000. During the early 90s, these were utilized by businesses like Sears, allowing branch offices and retail locations to exchange data. The chassis were also employed by several national networks with dial-in connectivity, such as SprintNet, which is formerly Telenet, which in turn provided connectivity for online services like America Online and Genie. In 1994, the Total Control evolved into the Enterprise Network Hub, and along with it came the Net Server line, which included a card for the 16-slot chassis to handle IP routing, authentication, and so on to make an all-in-one terminal server solution. Paired with a T1 PRI card, this completely eliminated any cabling needed for the modems. This same Net Server functionality for handling IP routing with managed modems was also packaged into smaller, fixed configuration units meant for smaller applications. These were branded as the Net Server 8 and Net Server 16 shown here, which is a single terminal server with 16 integrated modems. And through the mid-90s, the Total Control found its new role in supporting internet service providers. One of the largest national ISPs, Netcom, utilized the Total Control to power their expansion around the United States. And the Total Control wasn't just a modem pool. US Robotics introduced the Edge server card, which,
unfortunately, we never got a chance to try out.
Right, but they were out there. One of our watchers told me he has, I think, 1 or 2.
With 3Com in June of 1997. And along with that came a new generation of cards for the Total Control under the name Hyper. The Hyper DSP cards supplied 24 digital 56K modems, and each chassis could be outfitted with 14 cards, meaning it could support up to an astonishing 336 simultaneous modem calls per chassis. So with all of this rich history, we knew the Total Control would fit in perfectly with our ISP adventure. And it's been on Mark's wish list since he used to administer some of these units for a dial-up ISP back in the day. But finding one today is not easy. They're rather large and heavy and are prohibitively expensive to ship. We thought obtaining one was a pipe dream.
And that's real. We gave up, basically.
Yeah. We actually found one by complete accident. We stumbled upon an auction for the assets of a defunct fitness equipment business that was being liquidated. One item in the auction hiding amongst the weights and random athletic equipment was just an ominous listing of a, quote, huge lot of computer items with some low-res images in a wood-paneled room. Despite the lack of a detailed description, we could see that there were 2 server racks with equipment in them, and near the top of the right.
And it's still impressive to me that we were able to even plausibly identify it just from that photo. I mean, we weren't 100% sure.
I was.
You were.
I mean, it's so unique.
We were able to win the auction for an amazing price, and we discovered that our wish had come true.
And all jokes aside, I mean, this was like a really incredible find, and it was such a turning point, you know, for the project. I mean, this was a really, you know, we weren't really sure where to take it next, and then we suddenly get this Total Control, and you know, suddenly we have this like revitalization to the project. And yeah, this is something, like we said in the video, like we've been kind of dreaming of getting, and yeah, we were lucky enough to have found it.
Yeah.
We should say too, like when we picked it up from the building that was in Salisbury, North Carolina, it was quite a unique location. It was an old building. The stairs were like, the rise-run ratio on the stairs was really crazy.
It's like a curved staircase.
Curved staircase. And yeah, getting back into the room, there was no AC, so it was like pretty hot and humid because we did this during the summer.
Yep.
And yeah, when we started working there, it quickly got really hot. And there were tons of other people milling about getting their own, you know, auction lots. And so we make it down, you know, the stairs, get, you know, what we needed, what we could get. And it was around that time we heard a huge crash. And, you know, we look over and there are all these weights and like, you know, weight plates and all types of stuff just like crashing down the stairs. Luckily, no one was hurt and there was no one on the stairs at the time. And someone had just been carrying a box full of this stuff and it exploded. Yeah. And so at that point we were like, yeah, I think maybe we should just call it quits and head back.
Yeah, unfortunately we had to leave a lot of equipment behind. And the racks. The racks were kind of unique. I think they had round holes, but they had asset tags from Internal Revenue Service.
Yeah. So
that was a unique find.
I mean, ideally we would have taken everything.
Yeah.
We really wanted to, but we had, you know, limited space and limited time, and yeah, it was just you know, we made sure we got the important bits.
Yep.
After a thorough cleaning, we reinstalled all of the cards in their original positions and took a look at each one in detail. Our unit has 2 AC power supplies, and these are listed as supplying 70 amps, although higher output options were available as well. Next up is the network management card. As its name implies, it provides management functionality for the chassis and its cards. Paired with an Ethernet NIC on the rear, it has both Ethernet and serial port interfaces. The Net Server PRI NAC is what does IP routing. Powered by a 486 CPU, it is paired with a high-speed WAN and Ethernet NIC on the back. The NIC has a 10BASE-T Ethernet port, 2 V.35 serial ports, which could be used for WAN connections, and a serial console port. We then have 12 quad digital modem cards. They are labeled on the front as V.34 cards, but we believe they may be upgradable to support 56K, and may have already been, as the Dialstar ISP was active in the early aughts. And finally, calls to the modems are handled through this dual PRI NAC. The corresponding NIC is labeled as a dual T1 DS1 NIC. It has a serial console port and 2 RJ45 ports for T1 circuits, as well as Bantam ports for monitoring. After installing the fan tray, we then installed all of the rear PSI and NIC modules. With everything reinstalled, it was time for the first test. Oh no. The first PSU seems dead, so we installed the second to see if we had better luck.
177. A lot of red lights.
Okay.
Still got nothing on the console.
We didn't get any serial output from the WAN NIC module, so we tried the network management card serial console output, but still nothing. Then we realized that the card didn't even use a standard Cisco style pinout for its console output, so after making a custom cable, we tried again. There we go.
Oh, it got their IP.
Sweet. Wow. We can see the current LAN IP, which is IP space from PSINet, a large ISP from the 90s. So Dialstar was likely a customer of PSINet, using them as an upstream provider. Now let's try to access the Net Server card, which is where we'll configure the bulk of what's needed to set up the total control for the ISP. We're greeted by the Net Server console login prompt, and at first we just get a message that the host is currently unavailable, since presumably the system is still initializing. From reading the USRTC mailing list, we found out that the default credentials are !root with an empty password, but this wasn't working. From the same mailing list though, we saw mention of a dip switch to bypass the password, so we moved dip switch 5 into the up position and then reinstalled the card. And now we can finally log in as root and start looking around. The version command shows a software build date from 1998 and features such as ISDN, frame relay, and the enhanced packet bus circuit. The command line interface is familiar as it's identical to our portmaster. US Robotics actually licensed CommOS from Livingston, and that is what is running on this Net Server. We can see the local IP and list of dial-in ports configured. But before we get in over our heads, we need to come up with a plan. In our first Total Control video, we learned about its capability as an all-in-one box, combining the features of a terminal server with dozens of digital modems. And we were inundated with your stories about using the Total Control platform in the 90s, and we even received copies of the original management software and firmware. And check this out, we got pictures from a viewer showing fully populated Total Controls that were only just removed from service earlier this year. But now that we've achieved our goal of getting the Total Control actually running, we can start the hard part, getting it configured for our dial-up ISP. But before getting started, we wanted to get some first-hand knowledge of managing and supporting these units. And that's when we came across the USR-TC mailing list. Back in 1997, a USR engineer, Tatai Krishnan, who goes by Krish, was often responding to messages on the list. We were actually able to track him down, and he was kind enough to chat with us.
I was the one who actually built that particular mailing list.
Krish first told us how the Total Control evolved into the one we have today.
In late 92s and early 93, we started coming up with the V34, and we came with the NMC. Now we had a router card. The router card basically was called net server. The net server would actually establish a PPP session for you. So in this particular case, you don't have cables hanging over or anything else. The chassis backplane would actually be the plane that would actually communicate to the net server. The net server had a limit. I think it was the initial one was like 48 ports, 24 or 48 ports. So users would connect, they would establish PPP sessions, and the net server would take a TCP, Ethernet or a token ring connection and connect back to the network.
I wonder if any ISPs ran a token ring network.
Oh gosh, I don't think so.
Consumers, Sprint, Prodigy, CompuServe, Mindspring, quite a few of Centennial. There were quite a few ISPs who would just use that. They would have racks of these modems that would actually allow them to connect.
There was this long thing where someone kind of rallied all the ISPs and wrote a letter to like the 3Com product manager or somebody with like, here's the top 10 problems we have with Total Control. At the end, we're like, I know we're complaining a lot, but we really love the Total Control, but it has these problems. For reading these old messages, and this is all from like the smaller mom and pop ISPs, it's kind of crazy to think that there were huge ISPs not talking on the mailing list. Did the big ISPs have the same problems as the small ISPs, or were they handled?
And I don't think we included this in the video, but there was a famous issue with Quake, right? With the Total Control.
Yeah,
like if you had, so if you were playing like Quake Deathmatch or whatever, and you were connected to an ISP that used a Total Control, you would have like a high ping, or you would get disconnects or something like that, and it caused a lot of consternation.
Well, I think so. This was the net server card, which is like the older generation, the older technology. I think it was partially limited by just the CPU. But the thing I didn't realize until we got hands-on with it is it was running Livingston's ComOS software. And so 3Com had been working on their next generation, the Hyper, which I think was a total rewrite.
Yeah.
And obviously Livingston and 3Com were competitors, so probably was a lot of
some drama there. Yeah.
And I think Livingston was like cutting them off, and possibly 3Com didn't have access to the source code to maybe look under the hood and work on it.
Right.
We're not sure.
Yeah, that was its whole own story.
Yeah.
About that whole saga. So.
Right. So we had the best modems, we had the best things, technologies going forward.
It was eye-opening talking with Krish to get the perspective of the vendor side during the dial-up ISP era. But we also wanted to hear from the ISP side firsthand. And fortunately, the Serial Port Discord server is chock full of knowledge and experience. One of our supporters, Brian Wan, owned and operated an ISP in Oklahoma starting in 1996 when he was still just a high school student.
Mom was answering the phones, and like when I come back from class, I'd like call everyone back, like, "Hey, here's how to set up your stuff." I started in '96, and I finally sold it up in 2004. But like, as soon as I got started, within like 2 years, like I had to upgrade from 28K to 33K modems, and then by '98, I was having to roll out V.90 everywhere, so I'd like scrap everything by digital, and then like 2000 rolled around, and I started like selling DSL and everything. So it was just like wham, 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 wham. It's just crazy cow expensive.
Juan started CompuWare Internet Services with just a single point of presence in Stigler, Oklahoma.
So like originally I started off doing like call forwarding a bunch of cities into my location. Then like Southwestern Bell yanked our calling plan because like they said we were abusing it. So then I had to go actually like build POPs. Basically each POP was like a Portmaster 2ER with a rack of modems. And then I was using frame relay to haul back to the office. I think in the end I had seven actual POPs in the field. I had rented a office in the town, or like in the county seat, which had like a population of 2,000 people. So that gave me my initial foothold there. We started renting an office there, and then like we were losing money. So like me and Dad like built a little kind of like portable building. We rented a lot for like $100. And like, hey, we want to build a building on it. Sure, fine, go ahead. So like we went there, we built a building on it. We moved everything there and ran it from there ever since. But yeah, I had like 2 racks full of gear, all the dial-up servers, did like everything out of there. So originally I bought I think it was a Hayes Optima modem rack. I got like the SysOp discount that was going around, like, oh, this is sweet, it's beautiful chassis. Hooked it up, and like no one could connect to it, and like what's going on? They're supposed to be like the top of the line modems. So I was complaining about it to my upstream ISP, and he's like, no, use Boca modems. Like I never even heard of them. So I bought a little Boca modem rack, had like 16 modems in it, and those things were beautiful. Like everyone could connect to them.
Eventually though, the ISP grew large enough that Juan needed to go digital, but not with US Robotics at first.
I didn't have a good impression of 3Com or US Robotics at the time. Like, I don't know, they were like spammy or had aggressive salesperson or something. And like, they turned me off and turned a lot of people in the ISP world off. And so like, I just kind of like slammed the door on them. And like, I stayed with Livingston or Lucent. And that's how I went up going with the PM3 for 56K rather than USRs. And then I found out that like, I had the same problems all over again. Like no one could connect to the PM3s. I was like losing customers left and right. I was like, okay, maybe I think I evaled like a Cisco 5200 and evaled a total control rack. And like, hey, everyone can connect to the total control. I'll start buying those things now.
I think you were telling me you would have different access numbers for the PM3 versus total control, so people could switch between them.
Yeah, I usually had like the bulk of the hunt, or the majority of the hunt group was going to the USR. And then I had like maybe like one T1 going to the Portmaster 3. And so they had different numbers, but they rolled over into each other. So like if the Portmaster was full, it rolled over in the total control. Or if the total control, it rolled over to the Portmaster. So like trying to stretch things out as much as possible.
Were there any downsides of the total control?
They were a little bit more expensive than the Portmasters. But like technically they are a great chassis. Other than being like ridiculously loud and heavy, I can't really think of any downsides to them. They were pretty rock solid. I only had like one card failure, like it just died, and I had to like go to Texas and borrow a spare card from a buddy to get my POP back up online. That was the only problem I had with them.
But like all dial-up ISPs, it wouldn't last forever. Juan's ISP would persist until 2004 when he sold the company and split his customers between Tulsa Connect and FullNet. We were inspired by his story though, and before we signed off, he asked an important question.
Have any idea what you're going to use for like digital phone lines going into it or anything?
And in fact, we had. While we've already set up a T1 feed for our ISP's connection to the internet, the existing telephone infrastructure we've been working with so far consists of analog lines through voice over IP, and that won't work for the total control. Not only do the modem cards lack RJ11 jacks in the first place, but can you imagine trying to connect 48 separate phone lines to this single chassis? Instead of individual phone lines, most ISPs had T1s carrying the incoming calls. And on the total control, these are connected through the dual T1 DS1 NIC. And ISPs would have had two choices for incoming calls: a voice T1 or something called a PRI or primary rate interface. A voice T1 is so called because it carries audio signals from telephone or modem calls. And like we described in episode 3, there are 24 channels or time slots that make up a DS1 signal used in T1, with each channel representing a separate phone call. Unlike the data T1 that we set up though, a voice T1 has a maximum bit rate of 56 kilobits a second per channel, and that's because it uses some of the bandwidth for control and signaling data. To integrate this data into the T1 transmission, a technique called a bit robbing or robbed bit signaling can be used. In every sixth T1 frame, the least significant bit, the 8th bit, of each of the 24 DS0 channels is robbed, meaning the value of the bit will be changed to encode signaling data. These robbed bits are used to carry information about the status of the call, such as on-hook, off-hook, or ringing. As a result, only 7 of the 8 bits are available for the actual audio data in these frames. This is no big deal for analog voice calls, but for digital data, there is a world of difference between a 1 and a 0. So for devices using robbed bit signaling, the 8th bit is simply ignored for data transmission, creating an effective bit rate calculated as 7 bits times 8,000 frames per second, which equals 56,000 bits per second. And this is why T1 channels are often referred to as 56K channels, as that is the maximum bit rate for data transfer. But telcos began offering primary rate interface service in 1988, which is a type of ISDN or Integrated Services Digital Network. While we're not going to get into the nuts and bolts of ISDN in this video, we will be covering it in a future episode, so please subscribe to the channel if you haven't to keep up to date on new releases. A PRI uses the same physical infrastructure as a standard T1, 2 sets of twisted pair wiring. There are still 24 channels, but on a PRI, 23 of the 24 channels are known as B or bearer channels, which are used for data transfer. In our case, this will be audio data from modems. The 24th channel is called the D or delta channel, which contains the control and signaling data for all of the 23 B channels. So rather than robbing a bit from each channel, the control and signaling data is all contained within the single D channel. And this gives a number of advantages. With a full 64 kilobits per second available in the D channel, there is plenty of bandwidth for additional features like dialed number identification service, automatic number identification, caller ID, and so on. And PRI was a popular choice for dial-up ISPs, as Krish explained to us.
The capacity requirements for the ISPs grew monumentally. People were willing to invest in T1 circuits or PRI circuits. The T1 circuits were actually initially were like $1,500 a month. And then when PRI came and everybody wanted a PRI connectivity to it, because that allowed you to manage things further.
And in the 90s, ISPs were constantly a part of acquisitions and mergers. So imagine the convenience if you bought another ISP across town and then could simply have that ISP's phone number moved to your PRI and then be able to identify their users when they dialed in. So given these advantages, and since we're already adept at dealing with a standard T1, we wanted to try out PRI. We'll be utilizing our Cisco IAD 2432, which is a voice over IP device that will allow us to create a PRI.
And the IAD is a great device if you're messing with this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's still running the ISP.
Yeah.
The 12 quad modem cards. And our Cisco IAD is already connected to an asterisk PBX where our Patreon users connect. And the PBX is connected to the public telephone network via a voice over IP provider. But enough theory, let's jump right in. The first thing we did was look in the documentation for steps on how to configure the Cisco IAD for PRI, but we came up empty-handed. When we tried the show controllers or show interfaces commands, the T1 interface wasn't shown at all. However, our Discord saved the day again, as this time our supporter Alfred RB came through with some crucial advice. We needed to change the card type to T1. This ended up being a fundamental step, as the card could be used for either T1 here in the US or the E1 signaling, which was the European equivalent of T1 and actually a bit faster at just over 2 megabits per second. With the typeset, we next had to reload the IAD. We could then finally proceed with configuring the T1 and ISDN parameters. After configuring the required values, we then used a T1 crossover cable to connect the T1 port on the IAD to the total control. With that in place, we have a CD light on the total control, and on the IAD, we can see the circuit as up, as well as some ISDN info. With the IAD hopefully configured correctly, we can now turn our attention to the total control. For its configuration, we were advised by another one of our Patreon supporters to get the NMC card connected to our LAN, and then use remote management software by US Robotics called TC Manager. After connecting the NMC, we installed TC Manager version 8.2.6, which we found for Windows 98. To recreate the original experience, we installed it on our Dell Dimension XPS D300 that had Windows 98 installed. TC Manager was provided in a zip file, and after running through the install process, we also needed to install the Java runtime environment. With that done, we started TC Manager. In TC Manager, we have to create a new session to connect to the total control. There are several options, including an option to connect via dial-up networking. After connecting, we're suddenly greeted with an accurate graphical representation of how our total control is configured.
I remember the first time seeing this, I was kind of blown away.
It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it was awesome. But then we quickly found out that interacting with TCM was really confusing.
Oh yeah.
It just was not clear how to actually navigate through the different cards, and then you could click on like LEDs on a card, and
yeah, that was a stumbling block for sure.
We poked around a bit, and there are a huge number of parameters that can be changed for the various cards in the chassis. And of course, we had to change the LED display on the NMC. One of the things that confused us at first, though, is that there is a difference between clicking on a card versus clicking on an LED on a card. We actually couldn't access the settings we needed until we figured this out.
Yeah, and again, like on these devices, I mean, just the amount of configurability is just mind-blowing. Just like we saw with the Ascend. I mean, just so many different options you can set on these remote access servers.
Well, yeah, it's there's a high learning curve because you have to understand the architecture to configure it.
I mean, the architecture of that specific platform, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the way that the card is mapped to modems and so on.
Right.
You know, because it's a modular system, so you're configuring components. There's not just a single like config view. Yeah, I had so many problems getting this working.
Yeah.
After enabling some debug on the IAD, we can see a lot of ISD in detail, including an error stating invalid information element contents. Examining the settings, we noticed that the Cisco IAD was set for ISDN switch type primary-NI, while the total control has ISDN switch type NI2. These settings control which ISDN protocol is used for the D channel of the PRI. Since it seemed like this was a possible mismatch, we decided to change both sides to the AT&T 5ESS setting. The test call results in a busy signal again, and we can see from the ISDN debug that the IAD is getting further when communicating with the total control. This total control came from an abandoned ISP, and we assumed it should work. We grossly underestimated the number and just the complexity of the settings in the total control though. Even with TC Manager, it's not what you would call user-friendly, and the debug options are confusing to say the least. Their implementation of SNMP is also a pain, and we essentially gave up trying to debug. With no other recourse, we resorted to simply factory resetting random things on the total control. We also tried narrowing down the path that calls could take by routing all calls into a single modem card. And then,
Yeah, so then once I got a modem connection, I was getting these 1200 connect speeds.
Yeah.
have a call connected across our PRI to the total control, albeit at 1200.
It worked. It worked though.
Also asked our Patreon supporters to help test, and we saw a successful connect of 30.
Yeah, did we ever figure out what the issue was?
I think I was doing something really stupid. It wasn't related to the total control.
Right, okay.
I think it was just a problem with the ATA I was testing from.
Okay. In 2024, yeah, so this is basically until now, the last episode of the ISP series, which was our multi-link PPP demonstration. But it obviously wasn't always this high. Back in the year 2000, it was defined as having a download speed of just 200 kilobits a second, literally 500 times slower. And back then, the absolute ceiling of dial-up connections was 56K or 56 kilobits a second, well short of that standard of broadband. So how did we tolerate such ridiculously slow speeds back then? And the answer, of course, is that the internet was simply a different place. Loading a website today can spawn hundreds, if not thousands of requests, and anyone who's tried to browse the modern internet with a dial-up connection knows it's basically impossible. But back at the turn of the millennium, websites were relatively simple. Sites were text-driven, images were in low resolution and highly compressed, and all of the trackers, JavaScript libraries, and so on were orders of magnitude fewer in quantity. And of course, there were bandwidth hogs like Macromedia Shockwave, and who can forget Java applets, but dial-up was actually usable for this text-heavy internet. Barely. Loading a website such as Yahoo. To me, the Netscape logo, like the animated Netscape logo that while it's browsing, is one of the biggest triggers of nostalgia.
Yeah.
I don't know about you.
Oh, for sure, because you had to have something to occupy your mind, like while you're waiting on the page to load.
Yeah.
So like,
what else are you gonna look at?
It was it's so fun to see the.
Yeah, and I remember being much younger and just imagining oh, what's all the things going on behind the scenes, all this information going back and forth, and
yeah, it's like magic.
Yeah, it was like magic, and that's what made that time period, especially if you were younger at the time, so exciting. because you wanted to know more about it. You wanted to know what was going on. And you know, we don't really have, you do have that somewhat today, but it certainly takes a completely different different form, I think.
Yeah.
Connections like two 56K modems, for example, combining their respective bandwidths to create one logical pipe. This meant that if you had more than one phone line and modem, you could easily double your connection speed.
And this is a very condensed explanation.
Yes.
We were considering like a 20-minute...
A full technical breakdown of multi-link PPP, but I think wisely decided to abandon that.
Yeah.
You would need two phone lines and an ISP willing to support it. So multi-link PPP never really saw widespread use for dial-up. But this led to a question. Practicality aside, using multi-link, how many modems could you actually use at the same time with our ISP?
And so we should mention too, like we had this idea relatively early on, I think, when we first started thinking about multi-link.
Yeah, I think, yeah, because we've had the idea for across several years. The idea had kind of been percolating, because I think at one point we found like Windows 2000 supported multi-link PPP, so we were like, oh yeah, that's the way to go. And I had an idea of like 4 modems maybe.
Yeah. We decided, oh, we want to demonstrate multi-link PPP. We want to get it working, but we weren't really considering something outlandish like this. And then I guess at some point we thought, you know, well, is there a limit? I mean, how many could you actually bond together?
Well, it was really hard to figure out how to construct the demonstration.
Yeah.
I mean, it seemed really easy at first. We're like, oh yeah, just serial ports, modems, Windows computer.
Right.
But
what's the big deal? Yeah.
Unfortunately, a lot of the like multi-port serial cards we had, like the Boca stuff, I don't think works with Windows 95 and higher.
Yeah. So there's some, we ran into some stumbling blocks, which obviously we'll definitely see in the video with all the stupid COM port numbering.
Yeah.
You can get away with approximately 175 kbps or 3.5 56K modems. But this is completely theoretical. We won't know if it's actually possible until we try. Before we get started on the experiment though, we need to get some hardware installed in the lab. Mark set up the Cisco IAD, which is the voice over IP gateway that will generate the analog phone lines that the modems will connect to.
So put the panel down here or above?
Those phone lines are attached to this patch panel through a Cat3 25 pair cable terminated with the chunky RJ21. And finally, we have a T1 connection between the IAD and the total control. With our infrastructure in place, we can turn to our client PC. We always like to keep things as authentic as possible, so we selected an IBM NetVista A21i from 2001. Featuring Windows ME, it was released just before the broadband craze started to take hold, and was designed to be an internet cruising powerhouse. Microsoft's multi-link PPP support didn't arrive until the ISDN Accelerator Pack for Windows 95, and it had native support in Windows 98. Neither of us had experience with Windows ME's implementation of it, so we first verified that both our internal 56K modem and an external USR courier connected over serial could successfully connect to the ISP.
See what we're at. 44K.
Not bad.
Nice.
With that successful, we wanted to try our first multi-link connection. We thought both modems would connect simultaneously, but Windows ME dials one at a time.
And yeah, so this whole process was so fraught because at this point we're thinking like, oh no, like if we want to do upwards of 4, 6 plus modems, it's going to take so long to like wait for each one to dial.
Yeah.
And so yeah, we were like not really sure about how it was going to go after this. Yes. Whoa. We're so close to 100K.
That's awesome.
After several attempts, we finally got our first successful multi-link connection. We're now downloading at over 10 kilobytes a second. Not too shabby, but a far cry from our aspirations. To connect more modems, we need more serial ports, and that's going to require an expansion card. We grabbed the...
Well, I first got another serial expander card, but it was for like PCI 5 volts instead of 3 volts.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so it was, yeah, we struggled with that for a little bit, trying to understand the difference because I don't think it would physically fit in the slot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was one problem we had. I don't think we showed in the video at all.
Of loading YouTube loaded onto the system. Beaten but not defeated, we decided to break our rule and use slightly newer hardware. We installed the Equinox card in an IBM ThinkCenter A50 from 2004. This is still somewhat era appropriate as dial-up was still raging during this time, and broadband was only just beginning to become widespread. It has Windows XP installed, giving us plenty of options for browsers and perhaps even better multi-link PPP support. We're going to need some more modems though.
I think we sourced all these from most of these from an eBay auction.
There's an eBay seller selling a bundle of 12.
Yeah. And so we were able to luckily get that. And they were kind of in unknown condition.
Very much.
Yeah. And so we struggled with a few of them. Hopefully we can make that a future video, like actually repairing some of them.
You haven't done any further work on those, have you?
I haven't, no.
Like firmware problems? Like
yeah, it
all
was
sorts of
all
stuff.
over the place. Yeah. So that'll be interesting to dig into. But yeah, it was lucky that we were able to get so many matching modems too in one go.
And after we got this partially working, I went on eBay and bought the second batch of 12 modems.
Right.
And we haven't even opened that box yet. So
there may be more future multi-link experiments coming up. We don't know yet.
We have one of the largest modem collections probably in the country or
the
world.
It also brings up other issues because then you have to start thinking about power. Like, how are we going to be powering all these?
You gotta make a bus system.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to have to we may even deconstruct these modems and figure out how to just have the cards and get everything efficiently mounted.
Yeah, you should design like a rack mount modem chassis.
Yeah.
We had dial tone on each. We also need some more serial cables. We'll also need some more serial ports, so we installed another Equinox serial expansion card in the IBM. But that's when we noticed that the COM ports were being duplicated. Each card added 8 COM ports starting at port 3, creating duplicates.
What the?
We have... Yeah,
how's that gonna work?
We have a bunch. This ended up causing issues when trying to dial out from the modems. Trying to set the COM port starting point also ended in failure, as the configuration window would simply lock up every time we tried to submit the changes. We nearly gave up at this point, but then we remembered we had another card, but this one was from Digi. It was only 4 port, but it would give us close to our maximum number of modems. Oh, I found it. Oh, okay. When the card was detected, we actually got an option of what COM port to start from. So we selected COM port 11, enabling the already installed Equinox card to work at its default starting point of COM 3. Right? Yeah, okay. That's what we need.
Bravo.
Okay, so we should have, yes, so COM 11 through 14. And so if I re-enable this, and then it should start adding all of these. Okay, I think that's it. So we have COM 3 through COM 14. So I think we're ready. And now we have 13 COM ports, including the one integrated on the motherboard. Yeah, so we're at COM 3 and COM 11.
Yes.
And unlike in Windows ME, the modems are dialed simultaneously in XP. Well, this is going to be like with 10 modems. It's going to be glorious.
It's going to be insane.
Bundling lines. Wow, 94.6.
Awesome.
And after verifying we had a working setup on both cards, it was time to get serious.
I guess I was just thinking about labeling the modem so we know which port is which, but I'll just try to do it in a logical order.
Okay, ready to give it a shot?
Go.
So it looks like one modem is dialing, but we're not hearing anything out of its speaker.
Is there a dip switch to turn off the...
There might be. Let's see how many we get connected though. Yeah, just one. Our first test was with 4 modems. We immediately ran into some issues though, from no dial tone to unexplainable hardware problems. This ended up being a good test though, as we figured out we should set the dip switches on the bottom of each modem identically, since they were almost all set differently from one another.
Is the next one down?
Yeah, 5 is down.
And 6 is down?
Yes, 6 is down.
It's easier for me to do the 2 at once.
Okay.
I'm asking.
The telephone jacks on the couriers also seemed pretty finicky, so we needed to re-terminate a few to get solid connections.
Oh!
Come on, come on. Oh no. I wonder if the PM3 doesn't like it. Oh. We had one drop. Oh, what is that? We successfully get a 3 modem call, with one modem still being a little finicky. Buoyed by that success, we wanted to push the envelope even more, so we set up 4 more modems, giving us 8 total.
Building the leaning tower of modems.
Yes.
It was so funny.
Oh.
Like we couldn't help laughing. So I remember, I think it might have been at this part or nearby. Like we just had to like step.
We
out
had
of
to
the room.
leave the room because we were just like almost crying laughing.
Yeah, we didn't want to interrupt all the modem noise getting recorded.
We were still having some connection issues, but we were able to get 5 modems connected in one go, giving us just over 200 kilobits a second, meaning we had finally achieved broadband speeds. Well, back in 2000 at least. Oh, you're getting slow.
This is worse.
This is worse than it was before.
Yeah, we were solid at like 19.
And that's when we witnessed the genius of multi-link PPP. XP allowed us to suspend or resume connections, so instead of redialing all of the modems, we could selectively redial the ones that didn't connect. Oh.
Alright, now that...
So we got 7 though.
Oh, we lost one?
Yeah. I don't understand. And then... Okay, I think we're ready. Whoa, we're over 300 already. Wow. Yeah, let's see what the... Connected at over 340 kilobits a second, we were well into broadband territory, but we weren't done. I would say if we got 2 more, let's just add 2 more. We have to make a couple more phone lines, right? We wanted to push it as far as we could.
Orange is good.
So we ended up connecting 4 more modems to fully utilize both serial expansion cards, needing to source a couple of multi-tech modems as we actually ran out of working couriers. $668K.
Oh man.
We actually made an error here.
Yes.
Because I think 12 times 6.
Yeah. So someone, one of our viewers, emailed in, and he pointed out that that was actually impossible given 12 connections because the math didn't really quite work out. And so it ended up being one of the modems was reporting a higher connect speed than what it actually did. It was like
it was reporting the port speed.
The port speed.
Like a 115/200.
Yes, yeah. And so it wasn't quite, ended up being not quite that high.
Ideally, we would have, not had that, but a small minor
issue. Issue, so.
Okay, so we want to scroll down here and let's see, what video do we want to watch?
A dial-up video.
Yeah, definitely. Let's watch the Windows 95 anniversary.
Is your computer max? Is the computer CPU usage high? Isn't that what that means?
Whoa!
Yeah, and again, incredible to see this actually work right from the get-go.
works.
We're streaming YouTube on dial-up. And indeed, yes, you can watch YouTube over dial-up. So today is the day.
Oh my gosh.
It's August 24th, and we're celebrating the 30th year anniversary.
It hasn't
of
buffered
Microsoft
yet.
Windows 95.
No buffering.
30 years ago, there were... And while wrangling 12 external modems on our Windows PC was pretty tricky with various issues, the ISP side of the equation was actually a lot easier.
As far as I recall, you didn't have to do any configuration on the terminal servers, right?
Yeah, surprisingly, if you're at the ISP side, you actually need to go put in the work to keep people from doing this and tying up all your dial-in modems.
Right.
Room of a mom and pop ISP 30 years ago. And we also have a Livingston Portmaster 3 online for our ISP, which we often prefer since it is much quieter than the Total Control. While it doesn't have any LEDs on the chassis, we can see the dial-in modem assault in the PM Vision application. It's hard to describe exactly how thrilling this all was. This felt like the absolute perfect homage to multi-link PPP and the dial-up modem, pushing these technologies farther than we ever thought possible. And with this experiment, have we actually set a record?
It turns out setting a new Guinness Book of World Records is very expensive.
Yeah, we wanted to see if we could get the record recorded, but basically we tried to start their process, and it's like they wanted us to pay thousands of dollars just to like review it and talk about it.
So, but that's the end of it. Next up, we have what I imagine, if you've made it this far through the video, we are now 3 hours and around 50 minutes into it. So what you've all been waiting for is coming up, and that's going to be the kind of the grand finale of the ISP series. Without further ado, here we go.
When we rescued the Total Control from the abandoned ISP, we also picked up a compact ProLiant server along with a fiber channel drive array. Unsurprisingly, the hard drives had already been removed, and that was fine. The compact server worked out very well for a restoration and upgrade video we did, and of course the Total Control was the perfect upgrade to take our ISP to the digital modem era. But last year on a random Monday, an email showed up. Someone had just watched our bowling PC video and happened to notice the compact server on our channel, and they recognized it. In fact, they recognized it as the exact server we got from the Watkins Fitness building.
So there's the building.
That alone would have been an incredible connection, but it got even better. He was the person who pulled the drives out of that compact before it went to auction, and he still had them. After we talked, and after getting the okay from Dialstar's former owner, Mark made the drive to go get them.
Kind of blew my mind. I would never even thought in a million years we would ever get the hard drives. Like, I just had no idea. I just was shocked. I don't know how else to put it. And the hard drives are back.
Back at the lab, we sorted the drives by model, labeled every single one, and then used DD Rescue in Linux to image each of them in the ProLiant. After imaging all of the drives, we identified 3 that looked promising. One we thought was the primary operating system drive, and the others appeared to be related. But there was only one way to find out.
Yes, yeah, first we'll just start with C. I guess try that.
I was thinking we'd do at least C and D.
Okay. So right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you said D.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so you got to pull this up before that goes in.
Right. CDE.
All right, sweet. Ready? Well, best case, it's going to boot, and we're not going to know the password.
True.
But so then we'll be able to net boot it into Linux and try to hack in there.
Okay. All right, we got all 3 drives detected, 1 compact and then 2 IBM.
Cool.
So we want to F1 to continue. Hey! Oh, nice. Amazing. Wow. Windows 2000 server.
Oh, sweet.
Oh, we got the login.
I was afraid it was going to get stuck.
Dave. There he is. Try Dialstar.
All right, I'll try.
We needed to change the password, so we pixie booted into Debian Linux.
And we're still plugged in.
In Linux, we were able to mount the NTFS partition and use change NT password to clear out the passwords.
Okay, so I think if we do a blank password here, should I do Dave or?
Yeah.
Okay, go for Dave.
Let's go for Dave.
All right, here we go.
Might just hit like a security tripwire.
Yeah, exactly.
Might be self-destructing now. Other weird thing is, from looking at the drives, it said the host name was SVR01, but this one's SVR03.
Oh, interesting. Huh. Whoa.
Well, oh, that's
okay.
good news.
Okay. Oh my gosh. It's going. Yes!
Whoa.
We did it!
That's a lot of stuff.
Whoa!
Oh, dude, what's that exploit text file right under the mouse?
ESMTP auth exploit. Takes a while to open a text file. Did we just open the exploit?
Can you hit the start button? Like, is the system frozen?
No, that's fine. But yeah, marker. Oh, he's got a, is that like a network sniffer?
I guess.
Cold Fusion, nice. Terminal services. Oh. Interesting.
Little server?
Yeah, little server and then Southern Construction.
Active Perl, I remember that.
Yeah, we'll just in that. IP addresses.bmp.
Of course.
Oh, it's a screenshot. Oh, wow. Okay.
We then stumbled upon what looked like the configuration for a Cisco PIX firewall.
Can do some amazing things.
Wow. This is the firewall they had. Okay. Yeah, so it's SVR01, like we suspected.
Dang.
But this is SVR03.
Yeah.
And it turns out Dialstar had several of these compact ProLiant servers. The hard drives we have seem like they belong to server 01, whereas the ProLiant we have is labeled server 03. So these drives may not have actually been installed in this exact server. But then we stumbled upon Microsoft's Internet Authentication Service, which was Microsoft's implementation of Radius.
Oh yeah.
Oh, here it is. NAS01.
Oh yeah.
That's
that.
But unfortunately, there was really nothing to see here, and we couldn't find any logs or other interesting details. But all in all, it was a bit anticlimactic. There was lots of old website, FTP, and mail data, but otherwise, nothing all that interesting. Still, getting these drives felt like everything coming full circle. 3 years ago, we had started out with just an idea to make a dial-up ISP, not having any idea where it would take us or who we would meet along the way. But now, we want to go further. Until then, thanks for watching the Serial Port, and we'll see you next time.